our departmental budget hearings for the fiscal year 2025. As chair of the committee, I recognize that we have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The next item on the agenda is the town manager's report. Kevin?
Good evening, Finance Committee members. Seems like a short amount of time since we were in budget hearing mode last year, but we're back again and excited to present to you the fiscal year 25 plan that we've laid out. I have on the screens right now, which you don't have in your packet. I realize it may be hard for some of you to see, but today the Division of Local Services within the Department of Revenue released the updated information for fiscal year 24 when it comes to average single-family tax bills, which is a primary measure that cities and towns use to look at for value of services and cost of living within their communities. So we all know that the budget process is a big balancing act. And I think this year has been just as challenging as any other year. And while we're proud of the budget that we've presented to you, we've had to make some difficult choices in order to, I think, may take great value for Shrewsbury taxpayers. So on the screen, you can see all the cities and towns that have reported in tax rates. There's a couple that haven't yet. And associated tax bills. And Shrewsbury falls into the largest range with 140 different communities with an average single-family tax bill between $6,000 and $10,499. So we think about the tax bill and the impact on the taxpayer with every decision that we make when we're building the budget. And doing so this year means that we haven't been able to provide each and every department head with what they requested. Actually, I doubt that you'll hear from any department head that we provided everything that they wanted. And that's the tough trade-offs that we have to make in maintaining the value for residents. So I just encourage you to think about that as we go through. We're not spending every dollar that is available to spend. We are adding money to the override stabilization fund to prolong the duration of the override and mitigate impacts to taxpayers. So I'm really proud that we're able to do that and still provide this meaningful spending plan for you. We look forward to any questions that you have on any line item and also highlighting the bigger picture of what departments do and what their goals are for the upcoming year and what we think is able to be achieved despite this tremendous balancing act that we've worked through over the last 90 days to bring us to this point. So with that being said, I think we're ready to roll into the budget hearing.
Thank you, Kevin. May I get a motion to open the public hearing for the budget 2025, fiscal year 2025?
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All against, please say nay. And the motion passes unanimously. We shall now proceed to the first item in the agenda for the budget hearings, which is the town manager's budget overview. Kevin.
Thank you. So for those following along, this is the first of two different budget hearings that we've prepared on fiscal projection 1, which is a balanced budget. We've gone through revenues and overall expenditures at your last meeting, and that lands us here on Thursday evening of March 21st to start the review of individual department budgets. So we're excited to have several departments here this evening, and we'll continue into Saturday and begin at 8:30 and extend through most of the day on Saturday as well in order to get through all of the budget. And Saturday's agenda also includes the school committee and the school department making their budget presentation. So this evening we'll cover all of public safety. We'll review community development, human services, and several parts of administration and finance, but we won't get through all those. And Saturday is a heavy dose of not only education and school, but also Department of Public Works and our utility budgets. For those at home looking to take a closer look at any of the budget documents, we encourage you to go to the town's Finance and Administration webpage where you can look at the entire fiscal year 25 budget and line item detail. You can also go to the Financial Transparency Center and see graphics and larger thought pieces and broader perspective on how the budget impacts single-family tax bills and things like that, which I referenced before. We have a long way to go. This is kind of the start of the formal climb into the annual town meeting, which will start Monday, May 20th at 7 p.m. at the Oak Middle School. So the select board will be signing the warrant at their meeting this coming Tuesday. So once the hearings are done, we'll move to more of a focus on the overall warrant itself, which will include at least one, but maybe two hearings by the Finance Committee on April 11th and April 25th. Of course, the annual town election will occur on May 7th, and once that's in hand, and once the Finance Committee has made their recommendations and built their narrative in the book, that will be sent out to all town meeting members. So before we get into the first department, I just want to remind those watching that all of our decisions that we make reflect back on the compass that we use, that is the strategic plan. Departments will be referencing how their individual work leads towards the accomplishment of the 5 strategic outcome areas of the strategic plan, which are shown on the screen here. And I think we've done a good job of continuing to tie expenditures to the highest priority areas. So not only has it been a balancing act across the board to ensure that we're not spending any dollars more than we have, but also between departments and what are the community needs and how can we most adequately address them amongst the departments. So we are proposing, as previously discussed, a $184 million expenditure budget, with the vast majority of those funds, of course, coming from the tax levy. It's balanced with the same amount of expenditures, which we previewed at your last meeting. And tonight we're going to start the budget hearings with public safety, which will include police, fire, and emergency management.
Prior to going into that, I just had one question, Kevin. So in the actual document, you have a lot of graphs related to comparable communities, and you have touched upon how we are on the lower end from the per capita tax collection as well as expenditure. And it sort of ties into the structural issues that we've talked a lot about that we have. So I was just hoping you could just touch briefly on that as an introduction before we get into.
So just to be sure, like the override and how we're managing that specifically?
No, more of like how we're on the lower end in terms of with comparable communities in terms of tax collection.
Sure.
And how it relates to the structural problems in terms of our tax levy being more residential. I think you said 89%.
Sure.
As
Yep.
opposed to comparable communities, which like Westboro's 80%, something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, so I'll start there. Whenever we do look at where the majority of our money comes from, it is the tax levy. And the tax levy is primarily generated through the real property tax. There's also a personal property tax on commercial businesses. So those two key areas, commercial and industrial, and residential, divide any city and town's overall tax levy, which is the primary source of revenue that we have. When you look at Shrewsbury and you look at that split, it's roughly 88 to 89% residential and 11% or so commercial industrial. There is a challenge that we have given that split that will be hard to overcome, right? It's going to be hard to move that needle back to where we could ever have a 50-50 split if that is a metric or desire that anyone may think about. But what I would say whenever you look at that, it's important to note that while our percentage between residential and commercial may be strongly skewed to residential, the amount of commercial industrial value that's within the community is rather close to many of those other communities. So reflect back to the general population, because we have a higher population than most of those surrounding communities. That's what's really driving that split. So we are growing. So for only the second, growing on the commercial industrial. So for only the second time in the last 22 years, our new growth in 2023 was greater for commercial and industrial than it was in residential. So we are making improvements there. We know there's a lot of development going on in the community, and that's another balance. How much development do we have, and you know, where do those dollars come from? So the more commercial split that we want, or you know, the higher percentage of commercial, we're going to have to see development moving forward, and that's something that we have to manage.
Is
So-
there any model that can predict what our potential is in terms of a split between commercial and residential? Something that we could aim towards, like a North Star?
We would have to do the analysis. I'm sure we could look at the zoning districts within the community and do an analysis of development potential, which is something that we could explore and try to see if we can get there. I mean, I think that would probably be the best way that we could do it. One of the big challenges in Massachusetts, and of course we're experiencing here in Shrewsbury, is the provisions of Mass General Laws, Chapter 40B. So even if we're requesting through zoning and indicating that we want to see more commercial development in the community, 40B allows residential developers to come in and override that zoning and challenge our opportunities, even if it's not where we want to see that in the community. But we can certainly look into that and see if we can develop a model of potential split between those two main sectors.
Are there any other questions? Yes, please,
I have
Dennis.
2 questions. One is, in the average tax that you were just talking about earlier, where we fall between 6 and 10.5, what, are we closer to the 6, or are we closer to
It's about
10.5?
$8,600.
Okay, so we're in the middle of that, so
Sure. Yep.
we're not at the top end of that.
Nope.
Okay,
Yep. And we're in the largest category of 140 communities fall within that area.
Yep. but, so, okay, no, I'm want to make sure that we knew whether we were at the top
Yep.
or not, and we're not, so I think that's also a testament to the town. The second thing is, on the commercial versus residential, I know we have the same tax rate for both. Was there any thought of changing those slightly? I wouldn't say double it or anything like that, but like trying to change that to get a little more out of that?
I wouldn't recommend that, to be honest with you, and it's kind of a, I don't know if self-fulfilling prophecy is the right way to put it, but because we're so heavy residential, in order to make any meaningful adjustment and split the tax rate, you have to incredibly skew it and dramatically increase the tax on the commercial property, which would be self-defeating if we're trying to increase commercial development within the community.
So do we have any models on that? It'd just be interesting to see.
Yeah, we
some
do.
point.
We can share some of those, because the assessor does that analysis each and every year. And happy to have her pull that together, and we can share.
I just think it's a good question to answer, not just for people here, but maybe people in the audience to understand why we're where we are and what the
Yep.
benefit could be or what the detriment could be
Yep.
if we raised it.
And I misspoke. I said 8,600. It's 8,261. 8,261 is our average single-family tax rate.
Diana?
When, we're talking about kind of the sources of revenue and the tax, but for expenditures, like, does it cost more when we have residential, for the town services versus commercial?
Definitely. If you look at the comparative cost for every dollar that we raise, it's about 1.6 to $1.60 to $1.70 in services on the residential side, versus less than $1 on the commercial side. So there is a cost benefit analysis that is positive for the town when we have more commercial growth.
Any other questions from the committee?
One last one, I
Sure.
guess. Are we gonna, in the packets, we do have that breakdown of communities. Is that gonna be presented here at some point so people can see it, especially people that are watching?
We can present it on Saturday. We
Yeah.
can add that into the plan.
Because I found a couple of the communities very interesting.
Some departments will go through their individual
Yeah.
statistics, and then we can provide an overview at the start of Saturday's hearing.
Okay, great. Thank
That would
you.
be excellent. No more questions from the committee. The select board, is there any questions from the select board? I open it to the public, any member of the public. If not, we can go to the next item, which is public safety, Chief Anderson, Police Department. It's page 125 of the book.
Good evening. I'm Chief Kevin Anderson. Thank you for having me here this evening. On behalf of the Shrewsbury Police Department, I would like to thank the Finance Committee for your support for the department and the new police station. We've been in it for about a year, and it's amazing. It's a perfect building for our 21st century model of policing. This was truly a team effort with the police department, building committee, and members of the community to build a public safety building that'll last for many years and serve the community very well. I'd like to give you an overview of the department. The department has 75 full-time employees serving over 38,000 residents with a current annual budget of $7.3 million for fiscal '24. The department has 59 sworn officers, 16 support and clerical staff, including 1 full-time mental health clinician. The department also has 10 part-time officers to assist with road details and special events. In 2023, there were 47,298 total incidents, which averages out to be over 129 incidents per day. That is a 6.1% increase from '22 and almost a 13% increase from 2021. And also a 72% increase from 10 years ago in 2013. So this town has grown significantly. The national average in the Northeast for police department staffing is 2.8 per 1,000 residents. Currently, we are at 1.51 per 1,000. If we had staffing at the national average, we would have 107 officers, which comparable communities in our size in Mass are right around 100, some are around 105. We are at 59. As our population and neighboring communities, residential, commercial, and traffic populations grow, we expect our call volume to increase. Some accomplishments for 2024. I'm very proud of the police department. We ranked the fifth safest community in the country with population from 30,000 to 100,000 residents by Money Geek. That's a credit to the hardworking members of the police department, and the officers are doing a great job keeping our community safe. The department received over $400,000 in grant funding over the last year. By utilizing various grants, it saves Shrewsbury taxpayers money and opens up opportunities for our department to obtain equipment and funding that may not be possible with our normal operating and capital budgets. The department has implemented a body-worn camera program that will strengthen our accountability and transparency. That program is full with the uniformed police officers as of December 2nd of '23. The Shrewsbury Police Department Training Room has played a pivotal role in the development and success of our officers since the building opened in February of 2023. This dedicated space provides an environment for the training initiatives and fostering excellence within our department. We added a new community services division. Currently, the community services division has 2 school resource officers, 1 part-time elder affairs officer, and 1 full mental health clinician. The community services division had a busy first year in 2023, including holding our first ever youth police academy. That was very successful. And in fact, early on, we had a wait list. We also planned and held our first open house of the police department in September of 2023. There were thousands of people that came and joined us, estimated around 4,000 people. It was a huge success. Other notable events that the Community Services Division has participated in throughout the year include Stuff the Cruiser, charity event at UMass, a Coach for Vets event, Veterans Day ceremony, several Coffee with a Cop events at the Senior Center, High Five Fridays at Shrewsbury Schools, Truck or Treat, Pink Patch Project, and many other events and initiatives. Our mental health clinician, Jessica Atwood, has been a great addition to the police department. In 2023, 325 individuals referred to our clinician by officers. 73 were diverted from unnecessary hospitalizations. Estimated healthcare savings cost over $197,000. 7 individuals were diverted from arrest. Estimated savings to the criminal justice system, approximately $21,000. We are in the process of replacing our records management system to Central Square Pro. New RMS will allow us to better track incidents, manage evidence, and connect various software platforms in the department. We are scheduled to go live September of this year. Over the past 2 years, we rewrote all our existing policies and procedures and developed a new department policy and procedure manual. We had an internal working group, including myself, along with Lexipol's attorneys, union officials, and command staff, and we developed 172 policies aligned with Mass Police reform and either met or exceeded accreditation standards. The policy and procedure manual is complete, and the rollout began in November and will phase in over the next several months. Some primary goals for FY 2025. Going to recognize employees' accomplishments by establishing a formal awards policy and annual ceremony. We're going to increase Lake Quinsigamon patrol operations and safety through the use of a department jet ski program, have boat safety checks on the ramps, and foot patrols on Oak Island to address those problems. The jet ski will allow us to access areas of the lake we currently cannot with the boat. We also will be training additional boat and jet ski operators. We will continue to provide ASHA training for the department. ASHA training is active shooter hostile event response. It's a multi-agency first responder approach to an active shooter event. We will be developing a new department drone program. This will allow police and fire to search areas of ground terrain too dangerous or too difficult to access on foot, can search large areas more quickly, and thermal optics can locate people during both day and night. We'll be hosting our second year of youth police academies this summer. With the 2 additional officer positions, we will develop a new department traffic unit. More than 80% of our town commuters use private vehicles to get to work, so currently we are considered a car-dominated community. Last year, we had 9,383 traffic-related incidents. As our community grows and neighboring communities, residential, commercial, and traffic populations grow, we expect our traffic-related calls for service to increase. We are 41 miles west of Boston. We border the second largest city in New England. And as these communities grow around us, we'll grow in our incidents. Public safety, specifically police, is unique to that because as the communities grow, you have more calls for service. In 2023, we responded to 1,098 motor vehicle crashes compared to 859 in 2020. This represents a 20% increase in traffic crashes over 3 years. In fact, 75% of our citations issued last year were to people passing through town. Significant budget challenges. Addition of 2 officers. My original request was 4 additional officers, which included 2 traffic officers, 1 additional officer added to the evening shift, strictly for community engagement, and 1 additional detective. Investigations continue to become more complex and often include multiple jurisdictions, especially with more crimes being committed over the internet. With 2 additional officers, that will put us at 1.6 officers per 1,000 residents, down from the national average of 2.8. Backfilling of vacant patrol officer positions is challenging. We currently have 1 officer in field training and 4 officers in the academy. The department is always planning 3 to 5 years ahead. We have to prepare for future population growth. And this is to provide excellent service as the population grows and the call volume increases. When we are approved an additional officer, it takes approximately 1.5 years for that officer to be on the road working. Inflationary pressures, including paper goods, office and cleaning supplies, tires, equipment, and ammunition, continue to increase. And last year, our cruiser costs for a new cruiser went up $7,000. Our capital improvement plan, I'd like to request an evidence storage trailer, a comfort dog, payment for the body-worn cameras, that's year number 2, our taser bundle, which is year number 2, and 2 replacement hybrid cruisers. These tie to the strategic plan. Exceptional. Recruit, develop, and support a highly skilled and compassionate workforce through appropriate employee training. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Yes, Chief Anderson, first of all, on behalf of the committee, thank you to you and the men and women in uniform for the great service that you do to our town. It's really a great tribute that we're the 55th safest community within the United States, so that's great to know. I had a question, a couple of questions. So as far as the incidents are concerned, is there any classification in terms of whether they were minor, major, or violent? Do you have any percentages on that?
Yes, so those calls right there, there are total incidents. That can be anywhere from assisting a motorist to a motor vehicle stop, all the way up to an incident that could take 3 to 5 days to play out. So that's a total, but we can break those, we can break those down if you'd like to have that.
Okay, that would be
Okay.
great. Second question I had, as per the charts, and you also mentioned it, we're about 1.5 officers per 1,000 residents.
Yes.
And given that we are, as you said, a growing community and the spike in the number of incidents is going up, what do you see as the challenge going forward in terms of addressing that? Do you think that would be a serious issue in
I-
the future?
I do see the challenge. I think we really need to plan 3 to 5 years out, because it takes so long for us to get an officer on the road. We're kind of playing catch-up. So then when we get an officer on the road 2 years from now, if our population is a couple thousand more, now we'll need more officers to handle the calls for service. And like I said, as the populations around us grow, our calls for service increase.
Yeah.
Worcester's seen some of the most growth they've had in the last 2 years versus the last 10, so even they're growing.
Any other questions from the committee? Rajesh?
Thank you, Chief, for the excellent service, as Mr. Chairman mentioned. One quick question related to the incidents. So I know you mentioned 70% of the incidents. Is that, did I get it right? 70% of the incidents are passing through the town, not from the actual town itself?
That's 75% of our citations,
Citations.
motor vehicle stops.
And rest are all like mostly in-town incidents, right?
Yes.
So that split between what type of incidents within the town in that graph would be very helpful to understand what are serious events and what are non-serious.
Okay. With the new records management software we're getting, Central Pro, they're much better at being able to give that type of information.
Wonderful.
We'll be able to do that like in August.
May I ask-
Sure, please go ahead.
So with the adaptation of the new technology, let's say drones and all the other activities, so do you see an helping hand, like is it gonna help the service members rather than will it help in the total number of headcount, or is it on top of the requested FTEs?
I'm sorry?
But is the technology gonna help us in managing the headcount at a reasonable level, or is it
The shortfall in the headcount.
shortfall? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, is the technology going to help us?
In managing the shortfall, so your initial request is for 5 FTEs, right? So now it's come down to 2. So how you are gonna cover that 3 FTE shortfall for this year, or for this financial year?
We just allocate our officers in different ways. So currently, we don't have a traffic division. So a lot of times, we're just not able to have anybody that's dedicated solely to traffic. But as we get better technology, like we got e-citations now that we have in the cruisers, so that takes less time for an officer to write a citation. All they do is they put the license in the computer, and it takes all that information, puts it right on an electric citation, sends it right to the registry. So that's helped with a lot of the administrative work. And as far as the drone, that will help us locate people quicker, because they can cover a larger area.
Any other, Gene, please.
Chief, in reference to the capital budgets, going back to last year, you had 25% of the total capital budget for the whole town at that time. You had a software package that was included in there for $227,000. Has that all been implemented?
That is, and that's going to be the final payment, which is going to be in July.
July?
Yeah.
How about the cruiser that you bought, the hybrid? Have you got it?
Yes, we had 3 cruises last year. We got 2, and one's on its way in.
Is the hybrid here, or,
2 hybrids are here, yes.
yeah, how are they working out?
They're good. Sometimes hybrids, they tend to wear tires a little bit faster for some reason, but other than that, they're doing okay.
The only reason I ask, if you've got two more that you're asking for this year, and all the service reports and everything that I've been reading about the hybrids, they're basically the Mustangs, are having service problems, and they're tied up in the shop 3 to 4 months at a time. I just wondered, are you encountering any of that?
We are. Not this last two hybrids we got, but 2 years ago we did. We had one hybrid that was out of service for about 8 months, and finally Ford took it back.
Yeah, that's why I'm concerned buying 2 at a time versus 1 at a time until this whole thing levels off, because I think it's just a waste when they sit in a service facility for 6 to 8 months where the dealers can't get to them, don't have the parts for them when they do get to them. And I think it's a burden on the taxpayers. I don't know how anybody else feels about it, but I think we should go 1 at a time versus 2 at a time on the hybrids. That's my personal opinion.
Would you recommend one hybrid and one gas?
Yeah, that's what I would recommend until this whole situation gets squared away, and bang for our buck, I think, is very important, but I hate to see 72 to 75,000. You buy it, it's delivered, and it sits there for 8 months. It's not on the road. It's not doing anybody any good. In the meantime, the taxpayers, have to pay for it, so
That's a valid point.
that's just my opinion.
A follow-up actually on the hybrids. Is that one of the reasons why the cars are up $7,000 in cost? Is it because we're moving to more towards hybrids and they're more expensive, or?
The hybrids are more expensive. So they're roughly, I think it's like $8,000 more. So if we did gasoline, it would be $8,000 less.
So budgetary wise, that would be a better thing now. It might not be as clean for the community, but, I'd love to know just how much better the mileage is on those hybrids that you're getting. Because I actually have a hybrid, and I can tell you it's not spectacularly better. It's better, but.
Well, the thing with how we drive cars, we drive them fast, we drive them short
Right.
distances, so the hybrids tend to do better on gas on the highway.
But when you drive them fast, they tend to use the battery much more.
Yeah,
So-
I don't know about that, but
Yeah.
we do have, some problems with them.
Yep.
And I think Ford is gonna be phasing them out, the hybrids. That's the word we got.
Are they gonna go totally electric or just go back to the gas?
We can't do electric because they're not pursuit rated, and we run our cruises 24/7, and currently, we can't have an officer out there and the electric stops. Until the technology gets better, it'd be hard to have an electric cruiser. We could have it from like an animal control officer van, something like that would work, where it's only run for 8 hours a day.
And one more question.
Sure, please.
I read in your report, and you actually brought it up, having a hard time getting a lot of static. Not sure what's going on there. That you had a lot of trouble getting details, et cetera, and that I guess you've had to not have details at times. What can we do about that? Is that something we could get? You go out to any other state west of probably New York, and they have flag people. They have 1 or 2, police officers there, and then they have a bunch of civilian flag people. Is that something we could do to A, lower cost, and B, make sure these details get staffed?
We have, for the last 6 months, we have not had problems filling details.
Okay.
We actually added a couple special officers, a couple retired Worcester officers, so we've been in good shape.
What's the cost of that to the town?
That is the cost of a psychological and a physical, so it's about $1,100, and that's a one-time
Okay,
cost.
but if we had flag people or something like that, what would the cost be?
It would be the same, because they'd be considered constables, and we would do the same thing.
Okay, because I'd rather have police officers doing police work versus detail work,
So-
right? And I'd rather give you a bigger staff there and find a way to replace some of that other work with someone else. So.
Sure.
And then the training facilities that you have, can you go into a little bit of Milo? I mean, do you have an indoor, you see the police shooting range type of thing where you do skills tests for officers? What type of technology do we put into that new station?
So we do. We have a MILO, which stands for Multiple Interactive Learning Objectives. And what that does, you go in this room, and they made our exact weapon and our exact pepper spray, but it's digital. So you run through these scenarios, and we have over 2,500 different scenarios, and the Milo instructor sits behind a screen, and how you react to the scene, that Milo instructor can adjust that scenario.
Yep.
So if you're acting appropriately and you do the right thing, they can de-escalate that scene if you're doing it properly. And we have over 2,500 different scenes. And each scene can have multiple different outcomes. And it's all real people live, and you're immersed in it. You go into this room, and it's all dark, and all you can see is the screens all around you.
Is that
Great
something
facility.
they could ever film or just show? I mean, I think it'd be very interesting for the public to see what the officers are going through and maybe understand sort of what they have to, how quickly they have to think about something.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
Yeah.
I'd love to welcome some of the members here. You
Yeah.
can come through. Absolutely.
Because I think it's, I've heard from a lot of people that, that police station's too big, we spent too much money, et cetera. And it does look really big, but I think there's a lot of things going on in there that we never would have had we not made it that big. And I think it's very important for the community to understand that it was expensive, it was big, but it's actually, there's a lot of extra useful things that we are now getting out of the new station. And that it's really not as expensive as people think in the long term.
Absolutely. Even our training room, we've saved thousands and thousands of dollars by hosting training.
Yep.
And every time we host a training, they give us 3 or 4 seats. So we've been able to save money in the training budget for paying for training.
Yeah. So I just think those are things that would be good for the community to understand because, as a community, we like to find all the negatives and everything. And everything's always too expensive. But, there's some good things that came out of the police station. And I think I know they took the tour, but I just want to make sure we get that information out more often.
Absolutely.
Gene, please.
Just one other quick thing, the new newsletter is quite impressive, too.
Oh, thank you.
It's-
We started a new bi-monthly newsletter. And also online, we put it on our Facebook page. And on the Facebook page is actually a video tour of the police station, and it shows that
Yeah.
Milo facility.
Great.
I had a quick question.
Jim?
Chief, just regarding the 2 new officers, are we still doing civil service? And are you getting the quality, when you get the 2 new officers, are you still gonna be hiring off of civil service? And are we seeing the quality candidates come through when you go off the list?
Yeah, we do. We've also bypassed a lot of candidates over the last 3 years. We've bypassed 26 candidates, which is
Can I ask
unheard
why?
of in my
Just
career.
scoring or just overall?
They just didn't pass, what we feel the level of officer we need here in this
Okay.
community, for various reasons. As far as civil service, there's some legislature going through that they're gonna try to do a new type of civil service hiring, where you can have 50% of your own list and 50% off the civil service list. And that's still in discussion right now. I think it's going to House and Ways Committee, is that what they said? Yeah.
I think I saw Worcester's doing something like that right now. They've been granted something to do more off their own list officers. It was,
Well, I know that, the only thing I know about Worcester is they're taking their chief and deputies out of civil service,
yeah.
but I don't know about the rest of the department.
Is that, Chief, is that a list we have today, assuming this passes the House? In your example, 50?
So what we have to do is we have to wait for it to pass to
I
see
see.
how we're gonna create our own list. They haven't given us those requirements yet.
And can you just briefly comment, how does that work? Like, how do you express interest in that if that's something?
You would opt in.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Okay,
And then what it is you hire one from your own list and one from the civil service list.
okay, I got you. And then, quick follow-up question.
Sure, please.
Chief, just on the development of a new traffic unit, ideally for you, what would that consist of, and what would they do differently that they're not doing today?
Well, if we had a traffic unit, the officers would dedicate themselves 100% to traffic.
Okay,
So it'd be a whole unit dedicated to traffic, and they would be all trained in accident reconstruction and also commercial traffic enforcement, which we have a lot of that on Route 20.
yeah. And what would an ideal number for that, off
An
the top of
ideal
your head?
number
Yeah, for
for
you,
me?
and- yeah, today, if you had that level.
If I could have 5 officers being overseen by our sergeant, we'd have 2 traffic officers on every shift, 7 days a week. Not midnights, obviously, but.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Milind, please.
So, I see one line item there, Citizens Academy. Is that something related to the outreach programs that you are trying to come up with?
Is that the Youth Police Academy?
So on page 127, it just says Citizens Academy.
That's the Youth Police Academy.
Okay. And then, if I may ask a follow-up, so I know, your team is trying to, create outreach programs with the public. What kind of programs are you envisioning
For the
for the public outreach?
community engagement
Community
officer.
engagement.
So if we could have a community engagement officer on each shift, I would envision that officer could be invited to events, could be invited to give talks, could be invited to give talks to children, to senior center, to all different groups in town. And they would just go reach out to the business district in town and things like that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Yes. Right.
Following up on that engagement piece, do you do ride-alongs like some cities and towns do, where a civilian can request to do a ride-along?
Absolutely. You just have to be 18 years of age, and you have to sign a release,
Yep.
and you have to wear a bulletproof vest.
So what is the process if someone wanted to do that? Just contact the police department, or?
Contact the police department, and they would forward you to the community engagement team, which is
Okay.
under our community services division.
Great. So it's a good thing the town can do.
Absolutely. We do it quite a bit.
Lena?
I just have a question about patrolling the lake, and as far as that goes, since that is shared and open to anybody non-residential and everyone in the community, how does that go with patrolling it? Do you feel like supported by other neighboring communities, and would like Worcester also patrol the ramp with you as well, or how does that work?
And so we actually had a launch-off meeting with Worcester, and it went very well. We had that on last Thursday. So what we're gonna do is we checked with legal, and we found out that Worcester and Shrewsbury can be on both sides of the lake. So they're gonna assist us with enforcing the ramp enforcement, and then also we're gonna do park and walks at Flint Pond. So we're gonna be more collaborative this year on that end, not just on the lake, but off the lake as well. Like last year, we had 575 incidents on the lake. 175 of them were removing people from the lake, not even allowing them on. So that's been a success.
If no more questions, we can go to the select board. Any questions from the select board? I open it to the public. Thank you so much, Chief.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We shall now move to the fire department. Chief Warner. Page 130 of the book.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for seeing us tonight. As always, fire department, we work in teams, and I have a team with me tonight. I've been the chief for the last 14 years. Deputy Chief Seth Colby for the last 5 years has been deputy. He handles, initially started out mostly handling all of our fire prevention, but that has morphed into more and more responsibilities with the department. And all the way to the right is our operations and fleet manager, Joe Milos. Joe was a firefighter and a mechanic, and over the years his duties have grown so much, being involved with the radios, and he worked with the construction of the new police station and all the infrastructure that goes with the radios. He also still works on all of our apparatus, but he takes on a lot of other duties too, with the telephones and computers, and basically anything that can break in the fire department, Joe is responsible for figuring out a way to fix it. And he has become an operational position as well. He's also very involved with our budget because a lot of our money that we spend is on repairs and purchases of equipment, and Joe handles majority of that for us as well. So I did send out a copy of the year-end report to everyone in advance. It also has all of our statistics for the year 2023. It was the second busiest year that we've ever had. Our calls were actually down about 40 or 50 calls. And the only thing that we could attribute to that was it was a mild year for weather, honestly, because when you have severe weather, that's when we see a lot more automobile crashes, limbs break and fall through the roofs of houses, and things freeze up. So we saw a lot less like frozen sprinklers in the last year because it hasn't been as cold. You know, we haven't had long cold snaps or anything like that. But basically, it's been more than 4,000 calls a year for the past 5 years. When I started my career back in '93, I think we were doing about 1,400 calls. So our volume has, you know, more than tripled since then. You move on to the next slide, unless anyone has any questions on particular types of calls that we do.
I did, Chief. First of all,
Yep.
thank you. Thank you for your service and the entire team. As far as the incidents that in the pie chart that was presented, are we seeing the same sort of percentages in terms of, like, I know the calls are going down, but is the distribution still very
Yeah,
similar?
the calls went down very little, so it's more of, every time I've seen a year where the calls have gone down by a little, the following year, it's like leapfrogged, like by a couple hundred calls, and I pretty much expect that will probably happen again, because, like the police chief referred to, we're getting better, we're getting bigger, rather, in this community. The community surrounding us are getting bigger. I mean, we've added big shopping centers, Market Basket, things like that. You put more cars in one area, you have more car collisions. You know, it's just as simple as that. You have more slip and falls. I was asked years ago why the medical calls had kept going up about 12%, and I was asked about age and, you know, the age of the community and the people that live in the community and things like that. And it was direct correlation to the population increase. So if the population goes up 10%, we expect our medical calls to go up 10%. On average nationwide, and we're pretty much in that same area, 65 to 70% of our calls are emergency medical calls. Fires, we stay in the 100 range every year, the majority of which are put out, you know, very quickly with the first arriving crew. Is usually anywhere from 3 to 5 major incidents a year where there was either nobody there when the fire started, or you know, a delay getting a call to the fire department. And we were at about 5 calls, major calls this year, where there was significant damage to homes where the people had to actually move out. And then we had a oven fire at Table Talk over on Bowditch Drive. They have a pie making factory there, and one of their big 60-foot ovens caught on fire, and it's about $1 million piece of equipment, and it's going to have to be replaced. It was damaged. The crews got in there fairly quick, but the damage was already done. So.
Yeah.
Chief, can you just elaborate a good intent call? What does that mean?
That could mean a lot of.
Just an
different
I'm just
things.
curious. What's an example?
Like if somebody, we had recently a call, an elderly person, smoke detector, they have a cathedral ceiling, it's beeping, we send an on-duty crew over there to change the battery for them. That's could be considered a good intent call. somebody has a, smells and bells, we call them sometimes, and we go over there and there's also calls sometimes where we're dispatched and we're backed off and not needed. I don't know if you can think of any other, but it's really a mishmash of miscellaneous calls.
And then just quick follow-up.
Sure.
And just on the false alarms, chief, that seems like a pretty high number. Are there any ramifications on false
Well,
alarms or multiple?
we have the ability, after a number of false alarms at the same place, to find them. We look at that as kind of we'd rather educate them
Sure.
and be business friendly, unless it's somebody that's just like a complete, repeat offender that's not making any effort to correct the problem. But most people try to correct the problem, and they usually get an alarm company down there or a maintenance person down there to take care of the problem. Just the more buildings you build, the more false alarms you have,
Right.
so.
Thank you.
Let-
Just extending to that, like within the hazardous conditions, have you come across any situations with a fire related to electric vehicles now that, it's gaining popular?
Very few, honestly. Every time we post a picture of a fire in a vehicle on our Facebook page, we get questions, that exact question. And every time so far I've answered, it was a conventional gasoline vehicle. We are found with even like these scooters and anything that uses a lithium-ion battery. The batteries don't usually fail just for no reason. They're finding a lot of the car fires and stuff now are caused because when the people are recharging them, they haven't hooked up the, however I have gas vehicle, but,
The charger.
the charger, whatever, the connection there is not put on there right, and it causes a problem, and like the cord heats up, and then that causes a problem with the battery. Same thing they're finding with a lot of the, hoverboards or whatever you call them. If they're not recharged correctly or you use the wrong charger with them, you can cause a fire. So it's not always attributable to the lithium-ion battery in itself. It's a mistake that somebody made trying to electrify a piece of equipment.
Thank you.
Gene, you had a question?
Yeah, I'd like to get into the budget aspect of it.
Right.
I didn't know if it was finished first, though.
No, we can go right into budget if you want to talk about the budget. I mean, we did have our goals and everything.
I just wondered if you could get into a little more detail with the sick leave, the extra duty, the educational incentives. They're all way up, and I was hoping with some of the extra duty and stuff with a much younger group of firefighters that some of these would be down rather than up. And also, if you could really touch base a little bit again on your capital budget, because you're in for another rescue truck and revamping an older one with removing paint and stuff, so.
Well, I'll start with, I don't know, Kevin, you want to talk about any of, the educational incentive and stuff like that? That is all related to contract settlement. So, the other thing is, when you hire new personnel, a lot of the new personnel that are coming on compared to folks that started 30 years ago, they have higher level of education, so they might start out on day one with a bachelor's degree, and in some cases even master's degrees. They go to local colleges, like Anna Maria, and we're waiting to get on the fire department. Some of them are working part-time as call firefighters for us. They know there's an educational incentive, and they want to be the best firefighters they can be, so they go and get their education. And on day one, they sometimes start out making more money than a firefighter that's been here for 25 years that may not have attained the same level
Yeah,
of
I'm not
education.
against it. I just wanted you to explain it more so the public understands
Yeah.
when we're talking 400.
Well, here's the thing too, if you add personnel, like we added 4 positions last year, and if they all have college degrees that qualify, that's gonna push your educational incentive up, because you have 4 more people that you have to pay.
The sick leave and the extra duty, we spent a lot of additional dollars through transfers in the previous year, and I thought that was gonna be down.
Yeah.
And it's really up again, so
Yeah.
I don't know what the thinking is at the present time.
We still have one firefighter that fell on the roof during a fire. We thought he was gonna be out, close to a year, but it's been over a year now, and it could be another 2 months or more. So we've gone beyond what we estimated the time that he would be out. He's an older firefighter, so he's healing slower, and he's having a lot of problems with scar tissue right now. So that's delayed him coming back. And I talk to him regularly. He can't wait to get back, but he can't get approval from the doctor on that. I have another firefighter that is retiring, and he just had a toe surgery, and he'll be out for a month. So it's a lot of the same things, just it's a dangerous job, and people get hurt, and
So do you think there's enough in those budgets right now to carry us through the year, or are you gonna be coming back again for reserve transfers?
we could come back for a reserve transfer, but it won't be nearly as high as last year. So.
Thank you.
Rajesh?
Chief, thanks for the report. That is very informative, and then the incidents were spread out very well. That's very thanks for that. So you mentioned in the report that you have ARPA funding for the new hires in 2023.
Yes.
So how long is that funding will be for, and when that?
It's basically like phasing in one position per year. So like every year is 25% less money put in from ARPA, and the town picks that up. So instead of trying to absorb 4 positions all in 1 year, it's phased in over 4 years.
So in the next 4 years, that will be entirely on the towns.
Well, 1 year has gone by, so it's
3 years.
3 years
next 3
left.
years.
So that's what pushes the percentage up on our budget ask as well. So even though we're kind of level at the number of people we have, we're paying slightly more from the town side, 25% more per position every year, so.
May I ask one follow-up question?
Sure, please.
I'm sorry, on page 132, I see that we have one full-time that looks like that's ended in 2024, and then another full-time starting in this year, like 25 fiscal year. So what is?
I'm sorry, I didn't clearly
Like
hear
if there's
that.
one full-time amount that's not taken into consideration this year, but there's a new person, so it's like a one person retired or out of?
We have one person retiring this year, and they'll be replaced right away with someone that needs to go to the fire academy. Yeah.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I'm not sure why the salary and wage full-time line 25 request is on the line lower than the historic. That's just something to do with the formatting of the table.
Okay.
It's all the same line though.
One of the other things to consider on extra duty too is when we start new firefighters, they do have to spend 11 weeks or so in the fire academy. So, that sometimes leads to more overtime as well to fill to, what the agreed upon level is, so.
Gene?
Could he just follow up on the fire truck and
Sure. I will, Seth and Joe headed up the apparatus committee, and Joe is our resident expert on all the vehicles, so I will let them speak. And we know it's a big number. Unfortunately, it just seems like everything in the fire service, especially things like apparatus, the price and cost of building vehicles way up. I think there's a couple of reasons for that. One is the supply chain issues. I think another part of it is there are only several manufacturers out there, and there's less competition because there's one big company that's bought up tons of the, like 5 or 6 or 7 that used to be separate entities are all under one umbrella now, and they have almost like a monopoly on cost for like 7 different manufacturers now. So, but I'll let Seth and Joe, who headed up the apparatus committee, speak more on the vehicle.
Yeah, Joe can certainly speak to why the cost has been going up exponentially over the last 5 to 7 years or so.
Yeah, so the truck that we're looking to purchase for the replacement is actually replacing a truck that we bought in town in 2002. That truck was actually, sad to say this, that truck was $239,000 when we bought that truck. As things have moved up in the past 20 years that truck's been in service, there has been 4 different emissions changes that is required. Each one of those emissions changes has added about $30,000 to $50,000 to the cost of some of these trucks. In the process of those emissions changes, in 2002 you had a choice between 4 different engine manufacturers you could put into a truck. If you're buying a fire truck, anything after 2012, you have a choice between 2. And if you're buying from any manufacturer other than Pierce, you have a choice of 1. Basically, because of the emissions changes that have happened over the past 20 years and the steps the EPA has required, each emission system for each truck has to be certified by the engine manufacturer, by their engineering department, to meet the requirements that it needs to meet, which basically took the 3 other engine manufacturers, basically said, look, we're not going to spend that kind of money for a market of, in the entire United States, there's about 5,200 to 5,500 fire trucks built a year. It's not worth it for them to spend that kind of money to engineer that for 5,500 trucks, out of which they may end up with 25% or 50% of that market. So unfortunately, that has made those emissions changes extremely expensive as it has gone. The last 2 years in the fire truck industry, they've had between a 25 and a 30% market adjustment each year between emission standards, between steel pricing, between just general increasing in pricing going around. So that has taken the truck that we bought in 2020, which was $760,000, and now brought that truck itself up to almost $1 million for just the truck at this point in time. Because the rescue truck that we're looking to purchase is a little bit different setup than what we have currently. The truck that we run right now is set up more as an engine that had a little bit of extra cabinet space for some of the rescue equipment that we had at the time. The rescue truck that we're looking to purchase has got cabinet space to make it a true rescue truck to be able to respond to whether it be car accidents, weather-related, job site-related, where you get accidents and stuff as that. So it has significant more space for equipment. So the other difference in that space right there for the purchase of the equipment that we need to put onto this truck. In previous years, you were able to transfer some of the equipment from previous apparatus onto the new stuff. Everything that was on that truck from 2002, on the rescue equipment side, such as the Jaws of Life, everything that we bought for the truck was bought in 2002. All of that equipment now is also getting to be 22 years old, which doesn't meet the current safety standards and rules that we have to meet with the new equipment. That equipment also, unfortunately, has had the same increase in price. So by the time you put all of the equipment, the truck, and all of the changes that has happened over the past 20 years, the price of the truck becomes the very large number that it's showing in there right now.
And is the life of this replacement generally similar, 20 years we're thinking about?
Yes, I think we try to get, we try to get over 20 years out of them. NFPA wants you to really start to look at putting them into reserve status, which would be not your everyday frontline truck at actually 15 years, but most towns are struggling with trying to keep up with that. So 20 years has become a little bit more of the norm. We've tried to go a little bit further than that. This truck that we're looking at right here has actually a 24-month lead time. So we're not going to see this truck for 2 years, even after we actually officially sign a contract to purchase the truck. So that's why we started back here a little bit with it, to be able to actually get it out. And the truck that it's replacing will actually be going on 23, 24 years old at the time the new truck actually does finally come in.
And just to build on that real quick, Joe mentioned taking it from frontline to reserve. The truck that this is replacing, we're actually gonna place into reserve status. And the truck that will be coming completely off the line is a 93?
Yeah.
A 93. So, and that's gonna be 2 more years out. So you're over 30 years on a truck before we're actually taking it completely out of service.
Does it need to go through any further emissions standards and all that to bring it?
No, NFPA allows you to, the truck has to meet the standards the year it was built. So at that time, that truck does meet the NFPA standards from 1993, which were actually 1991 standards at the time. They're about 3 years behind as they change. So that truck is allowed to be grandfathered in. If you were to try to purchase that truck and then put it in as a new item to the town of Shrewsbury, you have to make it meet the rules and requirements of the current standard. That's why, unfortunately, the value of some of the used apparatus has dropped down pretty severely on that side of it, just because of the regulations that go along with the safety side of it.
One of the things we do as well is, like, there are communities like Fitchburg, they purchase apparatus for less money than ours, but they spec them out for 15 years and then they get rid of them. We try to spec our trucks out to last at least 20 to 25 years by putting a better transmission and a better motor and the severe service package, they call it. So we're trying to buy a better vehicle and have it last longer, rather than, some communities would rather buy 2 or 3 trucks in the same period of time that we may have one, but that's just the way they choose to do business, so.
Quick question.
Sure, Dennis.
So once we sign it, the truck's, what, you say, 1 to 2 years out?
It's 24 months minimum.
24 months. So how do we pay for it? Do we pay up front, or do we pay it when it's delivered?
No, it's paid on delivery.
Paid on delivery? So the money we're budgeting for now won't get spent for 2 more years?
Yes, we did have that discussion. I don't know if Mr. Mizikov might want to elaborate on that any further, but unfortunately, it is. It's 2 years out before we actually write the check for the truck.
So since we've budgeted it, we're not writing the check, is that money sitting in a savings account then, or being invested?
Yep.
Conservatively, but still invested?
That's correct, but we can't sign the contract unless we have the appropriation.
Right, yeah. No, I understood that. They're not gonna start building a truck if we're only gonna pay for half of it. Although I'm sure they could resell it.
They just ask for the proof of appropriation
Right,
and
yeah.
the paperwork, and that's.
So we're gonna appropriate, and we're not gonna spend it, and there's no money you're gonna ask for in 2 years when it's delivered, so,
Correct,
perfect.
Ryan?
Price is locked, it's not gonna go up?
Yes.
yes.
That's the same question.
Any other questions? Diana?
Sorry, I don't remember this off the top of my head. How many vehicles do we have currently?
I'll let Joe do the
So-
count in his head.
There's
7 engines.
Seven engines, a ladder, and then 3 on the support side. There's 3 of the, 2 Tahoes. Sorry, let me rephrase that. 3 Tahoes, 1 that's a reserve piece or kind of a spare, 2 pickup trucks. Now, as I'm sure everybody's kind of seen in the news and on Facebook, we have another engine that has come back to town, but it's not in service.
Yes.
The new engine 3.
1926.
So just a quick follow-up. So for the engines, right, because those are the more expensive ones, right? How many,
The ladder is actually the most.
oh, sorry, the ladders.
Yep.
How often should we be planning and budgeting for these to be replaced over the lifetime if we're trying to get a little bit more than 20 years out of them?
We'd love to say every 3 or 4 or 5 years, but unfortunately, as pieces have gone out of service and new ones have come in, some of them have been purchased close to each other, and then there's other periods of time where you have a little bit more space. I'll let Joe maybe
Yeah, the
elaborate
next-
a little more.
The next truck, which is actually sitting in the 5-year plan, was to be the replacement of engine 3. That truck is a little bit newer. That truck's a 2010 right now. The problem we're fighting is what everybody in New England fights. The salt on the roads is not helping us at this point in life. And that truck there lives on Route 20, and it lives in the salt every day when it's in the winter. So that truck Technically, I'm sorry, let me restart that again. Technically, the next truck to be replaced would be the ladder, which is a 2007. But we're gonna spend a little bit more money on that this year, which is part of that $50,000 that we have in the capital budget for paint and body work. That's trying a little different approach. We're trying to do a little bit of work to each truck yearly versus spending $50,000 to $100,000 every so many years to completely go through a truck. So that's what we've started doing with that. Some of that money is in there. That's an increase from last year, which was $33,000 we had asked for. This year it's $50,000. That extra $17,000 is to put into the ladder truck to replace some parts underneath that are starting to show some corrosion and some wear to it. To be able to extend the life of that truck longer, to be able to replace engine 3 a little bit sooner than what we're looking at. So unfortunately, over the next 5 years, we'll be looking at a couple of trucks coming, and we're just trying to stagger them out the best we can, or as far out as we can, to keep them spaced apart from each other.
So is Route 20 just more, so is there any thought of sort of cycling engines through?
We have tried that in the past.
Just ruined all of them?
It doesn't seem to really, didn't really seem to save us much time, or much
Yeah,
life.
no, that's what I was wondering. I mean, I assumed you had, but I had to ask the question, have you tried it? 'Cause-
Yeah.
One of the big problems that we deal with now is the way they treat the roads. There's no more sand and stuff like that on the roads. In the roads, the ice is melted much better, but the mix of the salt and the calcium together causes a mist. And then the mist gets up into places on the truck where the salt and sand never got. Like Joe's always replacing electronics as well too, because it's shorting out wires and things like that you didn't see in the past. And it's really because of this mist that comes up off of the ground and gets just further up into the vehicle and causes more corrosion.
So is all that corrosion repair, even the mist for the electronics, that's covered in capital improvement budgets, or is that somewhere else?
That's a combination of,
Regular
it's
maintenance.
spent out of our regular R&M equipment and automotive budgets, which are the regular line items in there, and along with that addition of the capital outlay to try to, the bodywork side of it, or keeping the outside panels of the truck from rusting and stuff, is what's covered mostly under the capital side. Everything that happens on a regular basis is covered under the R&M and automotive side, the regular line items.
Sometimes the problem you find though is when they remove a piece of the body to the vehicle, they uncover other problems that you
Right.
weren't able to see unless you disassembled the vehicle, so.
Lena?
So what will happen to the old truck? Is there a resale, any resale value to trade it in, or it's just?
The 30-year-old vehicle right now probably has a value of less than $5,000, and honestly, we would probably put it on some type of a municipal auction bid, and somewhere up in Maine or New Hampshire will offer anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 and make it work in a department that, maybe has 2 fires a year or something like that. Usually go to really rural communities where they'll see very little use, honestly, and they don't have the budget to buy a new truck, so.
A lot of times too, you'll see them ship overseas to
Yeah.
other countries that will run them.
Like our old turnout gear, after 10 years, we can't do anything with it, but we work with the National Guard, and our equipment, which a lot of it is still in decent to good shape, goes down to Paraguay and gets donated to the firefighters down in Paraguay with his, military base, U.S. military base, so.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee on the fire department?
I had one, just reflecting back, Chief. Under the significant budget changes, on the collective bargaining agreement, are you able to share the percentage of the increase?
I think I will defer.
It's 3 1/4.
3.25? Thank you.
So Chief, I think we didn't allow you to go through all your presentation. Was there anything else you wanted to present? As far as fire department is concerned?
No, we kind of skipped through the slides, but if you're all good, then.
Yeah,
we're here for you, so if you want to see any of them, we can go over them. If not,
I'd like the deputy to say, just he's been working on a project, Community Connect, where people in town can basically upload their own personal safety information about their homes, and, well, I'll let you speak on it.
yeah, I'll put a plug in for Community Connect. So it's open to any resident, any business in town. All you need is an email address to sign up. You go in with your address, put in your email. It creates an account that only you can get into, and you can put information in that's secure that only the fire department can get. So you can put stuff in like the number of residents, if there's any children there, where their bedrooms are. So you could put in that bedrooms are on the second floor, or second floor bedroom on the right-hand side is where the nursery is. You can put in stuff if you have an elderly loved one or somebody that's disabled, and maybe you have a combination lockbox for a key or a combination lock to get in. Years past, they used to, if somebody called in to do a well-being check or because somebody was in distress, they would give the dispatcher the combination, and we would have to somehow try to get that from dispatch to the unit that responded without transmitting it over the radio so that anybody with a scanner could hear the combination to get into the house. That can all get loaded in here ahead of time by the resident, by the family member, and we have iPads and all the apparatus. And when the call gets put in for dispatch, this Community Connect information can pop up. So all that can be right there, and the firefighters can have it right in front of them while they're responding and when they get there. Things like your electrical shutoffs, your water shutoffs. Is there gas in the house? Where's the valve to be able to shut that off the gas meter if there was an emergency? So it's a great way for residents and business owners to be able to help us to help them back. So that's a great a great program. We've pushed it out a couple of times through Facebook. It's on our website, and every time we push it out, we get 15, 20 responses, but it's still very underutilized, so certainly, like I said, I'll put a plug in for that. And if I
Are
could,
pets also covered in that safety program? Like if the house has a number of animals or pets that need to be saved in an emergency?
yep, so it would all be saved, and that way we know if there's, if they've got a cat or a dog or something, and if there's nobody home at the time of the fire, we know that we're looking for, maybe there's a dog hiding under the bed or something like that, and the firefighters can keep an eye out for that kind of stuff. You can put your phones, something as simple as your phone number, or you saw how many false alarms we go to, right? We go there and there's nobody there. If they've put that information into there, we can call their cell phone and let them know that we're there, we've walked around the property, that we don't see anything, or something is going on, whatever the case may be.
You could also put information like if they're down the Cape for the summer, or they're snowbirds, they go down to Florida for 2 months. We're able to contact them in Florida, where in the past we're not.
Yeah, this is the first I've heard of it, so.
Yeah.
It's due. We have between 100 and 200 people signed up so far, but.
No, I'm saying it's good to try to get the word out where you can.
Right.
Because it's,
Yeah, we have a simple QR code.
Yeah.
That we try to get it out with events and stuff that, when we do an open house, we rolled it out at our open house this past year, was the first, ready to go, and we had a few people sign up there, and, we'll get it out at the, any of the community events, Spirit of Shrewsbury, stuff like that. I know we've been working with Taylor in the manager's office to get it out, and the information that she pushes out, she's got that QR code right there, so somebody can just do it right from their cell phone. And
you still do the school fire safeties, the old stop, drop, and roll?
All the time.
we do a lot of school stuff, and
So do you
that's
put-
actually, when you talked about the extra duty account earlier, the extra duty account is anything other than filling the shift staffing on duty for response. So all the SAFE program, the student awareness, the fire education, any of that community outreach and stuff, that's all part of that.
I just remember you had to go home with your family, come up with a plan, and it would be a great way to stick that Community Connect right in there.
Yeah, we've got a core of about 6 or 8 firefighters that go out into all the elementary schools. They do a great job.
No, we actually start in the preschools,
Yep.
and we go up to about sixth grade, and after that, we're in competition with MCAS, so it's hard to get into those.
I think they'd probably prefer to do that than MCAS, but
That's actually one of the grants that it shows on the slides, that it says SAFE, and it's actually, we get for both it's called the Student Awareness of Fire Education, but they actually have a senior SAFE as well that the state does, so we get a grant for both of those, and we use that for both supplies as well as, covering some overtime to have firefighters come in off duty and do that training.
great.
Gene?
I don't know how many people realize it, but this is the chief's last presentation. He's retiring at the end of June of this year, and
July.
I've had a lot of
Rid of you early.
presentations from him over the
Yeah.
last 20-some-odd years,
Yep.
and he's done a great job. I've seen him grow from a firefighter right up through the ranks, so
Thank you for
very
telling
much
that.
for your service.
Thank you.
Thank
You will be missed, Chief. You'll be
I'll
missed.
still be in town. You can still give me.
Thank you, Chief.
We have plenty of reliable, ready staff, so thank you for your support over the years. Appreciate it.
You should have put in for a new chief.
That's Kevin's job, sorry.
Congratulations.
Thank you all.
It's a well-earned retirement.
If you have a great question that you want to ask, just email over to us and we'll get back to you right away.
Yeah, no, the presentation was pretty informative, so.
Okay, great. Thank
No
you.
more questions from the committee. Are there any questions for the fire department from the select board? I open it to the public. Any questions for the fire department? If not, thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. Appreciate your support. Thank you.
Have we covered emergency management?
Oh, here I am running away. I thought I was done. Sorry, I shut off my computer.
I can sit with you if you want.
All right, we'll try to stick to the slides this time. Yeah. Great, so some of the things that were done in the last couple of years, we were able to take a small enclosed trailer and we turned it into a spill response unit. So up until then, we had a lot of speedy dry, which is absorbent material for gas and oil leaks and stuff, spills. We had that, a lot of absorbent pads and booms, and they were all in the station, in storage. So when we would have an incident, like a saddle tank gets torn open on a tractor-trailer truck, and you could have 50 to 100 gallons of diesel fuel, we would have to have somebody go to whichever station it was in with the pickup truck, load this stuff up, drive it over, and there was a long delay. And by the time we would get there now, potentially it's in storm drains, running down the street, be getting into waterways and stuff. So we had a trailer that we'd repurchased a couple of years ago when we were able to buy a larger trailer for our shelter equipment. We bought that through a grant, so there was a zero cost to the town. We were able to take the smaller trailer that we had, and we got it set up with this. So now it's a small trailer. It can get hooked right behind the shift commander's car. So if we get a call for an accident on 290 Route 20 and it sounds like there's a truck involved, one person can easily put this small trailer on the back, take it right away, and it greatly speeds up our time, and we're able to mitigate the damage to the environment, the hazard to the environment, a lot quicker than having to send somebody to load it up. So that was a great addition that we were able to do with basically assets that we already had belonging to the town. Along with that, we had rewritten and exercised the town-wide shelter plan, and we worked with American Red Cross and Medical Reserve Corps and the CERT group, a bunch of volunteer organizations, and we did an exercise on that. So that was a great drill that got us prepared if we would need that for whether it be a severe storm or natural disaster and we needed to shelter some of our occupants, or we have a large amount of apartment complexes in town and more on the way. So if we had a fire in one of those and we had 12, 16, 20 families displaced and they needed a place that night, we could open up this emergency shelter and they could have shelter at least for for a day or two until they could get more long-term accommodations. We completed, say we, I didn't really do anything. Joe was the clerk of the works for this one, but the town-wide radio system upgrade where he built 2 new sites. We partnered with the city of Worcester, so we now have a five-site simulcast system, 2 sites in Shrewsbury that we built out that are connected in with the 3 sites in Worcester, and they all communicate and work together as one system. And that's for police, fire, public works, the schools are on it now, so Selco really was the entire town that was on there, and that's why we kind of nested it under emergency management.
I know it's a big project, and, you know, congratulations for completing it. Are we seeing some savings and stuff now? I know we now, you know, don't have to go looking for spare parts or bidding up spare parts, et cetera, but is there going to be a benefit, an extra benefit besides efficiency, you know, financially coming?
So there will, in the long run, yes. The short answer is yes. We were spending, all the departments were spending a lot of money annually to kind of put Band-Aids on the old system and keep it running. So now that we've got all new equipment, those costs will certainly come down. You'll see when we get to the capital that we have a $40,000 item in there, and that's for maintenance, for annual maintenance and service contract. But I'll let Joe elaborate a little bit more in a few minutes, but and we can jump ahead and do that if we want to. But so this capital expenditure here is for the maintenance for all of the dispatch consoles. So the dispatch consoles at the police department, dispatch consoles at the fire department, and we're going to be responsible for those. Moving forward, long-term, the site maintenance, which is actually the more expensive part of it for the 2 sites. Moving forward, we're working on the paperwork now with the state, where we'll be part of the Comier system. In the state, we'll own all the equipment, it'll be ours, but we'll kind of use it. They'll roam in and out of our sites, and we'll use it, and they'll pick up the expense, you know, moving forward. So that's going to be a significant savings every year that we don't have to. We'll own the equipment, but they'll basically pay for the maintenance on it.
And then the last question is, what was the benefit of tying in with Worcester? Is there shared expenses, or is there?
It was a combination. It was a cost savings because we were able to build 2 sites, and we may have had to do 3 sites.
Okay.
Had we done our own. The other part is that, like everything, it's all run by computers now. So you have to have what they call a prime site that has the computer, so all the other sites kind of go through that prime site, which is a much more expensive site to build than the others. So Worcester already had their prime site, so we were able to build our 2, connect them in, and now we have, so it saved us money only having to build 2 out of 3, and it gives us a lot better coverage on the west side of Shrewsbury, and Worcester benefited because they got better coverage on the east side of Worcester going up the hill from the lake.
Great.
So, Seth, going back to planning, a few years after the pandemic, were there any lessons learned in terms of plans that had to be updated and that we've incorporated?
Yeah, there were a lot of lessons, learned for sure. One is that we don't ever want to have to do that again, right? So that actually falls under our goals for FY24 that we're working on now. So some of you may know that we had been working on our comprehensive emergency management plan, and we had that signed off and approved by the select board on this past December 12th. So now it's officially been adopted. It's been sent to the state. They have it, and that's our plan moving forward. Our next step is to work on the continuity of operations plan, and that's one of the big things with that. Right, everybody, public sector, private sector, everybody had to figure out how do we continue operations in a remote fashion or in a way different. And at the time, the town did, all the departments, you know, had a continuity of operations plan, and they were all submitted to the manager's office. there's turnover every year, right? There's retirements, people get promoted, there are new positions and everything, so that's something that needs to be regularly updated. So Dave Fosher is a sergeant on the police department, he's the deputy emergency management director, and he's heading up that project, and he's working right now to update that, and he's been sending stuff out to all the different department heads to have that. So I think that's the big thing is new ways to be able to continue to provide the services in unique circumstances. So in that case, right, we all learned to be able to do things remote that a lot of us never thought you could. Like, what do you mean not come into the office, not come into work? So there was certainly that. There was ways that I know the building inspector's office will be up later, and us and other departments where we still had to conduct business. People still were trying to do work in construction projects, and found ways to be able to do virtual inspections by using FaceTime or other video conferencing where you didn't physically go there, but you could still see what was doing. So a lot of creative ways to still provide the services in a different way than what we were accustomed to.
Any other questions from the committee? The select board, do you have any questions for emergency management? No? The public? Thank you guys.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We shall now move to community development. The first department is the building inspector's department. And the page in the book is 192.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Patty Sheehan. I'm the building commissioner. I've been the building commissioner as long as Jim Bona has been the chief. We came in together. But I've been here working longer than that as a local inspector before becoming the building commissioner. So the building inspector's office is responsible for the implementation and the enforcement of the Massachusetts State Building Code, and also enforcing the zoning bylaw. So for the accomplishments for FY23, January 1st, 2023, Massachusetts implemented the updated stretch code. That was a big change for our communities across Massachusetts, mostly impacting 1 and 2 family dwellings, new construction for 1 and 2 family dwellings, renovations and additions. Our staff had to quickly learn the code and implement that in the field with homeowners and contractors. So that's something that is ongoing, but that came up pretty quickly because normally when we have new codes, we have a concurrency period, and the state did not give us a concurrency period. So with that in mind, we had a lot of new energy storage systems and a lot of photovoltaic systems, meaning solar panels. Because of the energy code, we have a lot of these types of systems in 1 and 2 family dwellings, mostly residential. So we organized a joint training with fire department and electrical inspectors so that we could work together on the implementation of these systems and how we're going to permit them. So moving on to the FY24 goals. So FY24 goals, June 1st of 23, we streamlined our permitting process through the OpenGov system. So we have commercial and residential permits, and there's many types of permits, and it was kind of confusing as to which type of permit someone should submit for a certain scope of work for their project. So we streamlined the permits, made them more user-friendly, and went live with that June 1st, and better product for the community in using our permit system. Along with that, we implemented the certificate of inspection. So this is now online as well. We use this when we do annual inspections jointly with the fire department. Places of assembly, our schools, places that have liquor licenses all need these inspections. So now property owners or business owners can submit their applications online, and pay for it and upload all of their fire protection reports that we need to see before we go out in the field. So those two goals are finished, but ongoing, making changes as needed. So looking forward to the FY25 goals, succession planning and developing standard operating procedures. So all staff members, we have job descriptions, but what we do every day in the office, like our daily tasks, really have to be documented and accounted for, so that if we have a gap in someone being in the office for a period of time, things don't stop, right? So other staff members can pick up the slack, and we know what those job tasks are. So that's a very important thing for us to start documenting with all of our staff members. And then the next preliminary goal is customer service through the OpenGov system, making more documents accessible to the public. We've already seen an improvement with public records requests for this that we can respond to more quickly, having the OpenGov system, and also making OpenGov more user-friendly, that people in the public can do their own research, and we can guide them for where they find the documents they need for certain properties. So some significant things to mention in the FY25 budget is that we have a decrease in the car allowance because inspectors get allowances for driving our own vehicles. However, our wiring inspector, he has the first electric vehicle in our department. That's a big deal. So December, he got his vehicle, learned how to charge it, learned how to maintain it, all of that kind of stuff, and now since December, he's been using that vehicle. So in my capital budget for this year, for FY25, I've added a second electric vehicle, thinking that we would slowly be adding them for the staff members. So I have one electric vehicle in this budget. And then another thing to mention is that, as I asked for last year, and probably the planning department asked for last year, is in our office that I share with the planning department, we have two administrative assistants, but 1.5 of that salary comes out of my budget and half comes out of the planning budget. So the planning department needs their own administrative assistant, and then I would not be reducing my section, so I would like 2 administrative assistants, but we see that that's not, we're not able to do that right now, but that is the request, is 1 for the planner and 2 for the building inspector's office. So some of the highlights for the department is we're all about energy code. So you see the solar panels on the roof on that single-family house. So right now, the solar panels right there under the current building code, that would pass inspection under the current building code. However, under the current fire code that was implemented December 2022, that won't pass. So we have conflicting codes, so we have to work together really well and streamline our permits to make sure we capture the minimum requirements for both codes. If you go over to the energy storage systems, this is also becoming quite new systems in single-family homes. These are only permitted by the fire department, but because of some of the requirements that the fire department needs to make for these systems, depending on the size, spacing, fire protection, triggers building code requirements. So that would come over to the building code. So this has become very, very challenging, and I'm probably going to repeat this a couple times in the slides more. So one of the community outreach events that we had, which actually was a really good event, we actually had it on February 20th, and we had it in the community room at the police department, called Home Ownership Basics. So we gathered, the DPW, we gathered, so water, sewer, conservation, assessor, Julie Tierney for IT. She actually showed homeowners how to go online and look up your own permits and information about your own properties, planning department, health, and fire. We were all there. We all had a little presentation to do about how we as departments impact your property as a single-family homeowner. So we had participants in person, and we had some that participated online. And we talked about, permitting basics, gave them our business cards for contact information, and actually is pretty successful. I think a lot of people got a lot out of it about, about permitting. They wanted to go beyond that, and Andy Truman was there from the DPW, and he said, we'll take it the next step and do more for other departments as well. So, so that was a good event. So, so other highlights of the department. So new building code coming this year. It's been coming for a while, but this year it's really coming. The 10th edition of the building code will come by the end of this year. As part of the process for the new building code, the state has held 3 public hearings. So I went and testified at all of the public hearings, made sure I'm involved in the code process, and made sure that we're heard so that we get the best outcome of a new code. I also hold the seat for state for the building inspector on the Board of Fire Prevention, which makes the fire code. So because I know what's changing in the fire code, I see that there's conflicts in the 10th edition of the proposed building code, so I'm trying to work together to make sure that we get, again, a good outcome for the building code so that we don't have conflicts with the fire department going forward, like we kind of do now because the codes are out of sync. So with that in mind, I coordinated a joint educational training with building, fire, and electrical inspectors. We worked really well with the town of Westboro, so the Westboro Building Commissioner and I got the Department of Fire Services to give a presentation. We had nearly 200 people participate from all over the state, and it was a very educational training because, as I pointed out, our codes conflict and we have to work together. We don't want to give the public conflicting information and cause frustration. So just because Shrewsbury, working with Deputy Seth Colby, we do have an exceptional working relationship. We review these permits closely together for some of these safety systems because energy storage systems and 1 and 2 family dwellings is really a concern about how they're installed. We really are front and center with how we have implemented these new permit requirements.
Question.
Sure.
So,
Dennis.
so what happens when there is a conflict? Which side wins? How is that resolved? Because I'm sure you've run into conflicts, and if it's in one code and out of in the other code, what's the solution?
So for the solar panels right now, which is going to be a conflict when the new 10th edition comes in place, we're hoping that the state will recognize that it's a conflict and make the changes ahead of time. However, right now, because of the way solar panels are on roofs, because of the firefighting approach to it, you have to have certain setbacks from the ridge and for access pathways for the firefighters to get to the roof. The building code doesn't have that. So we give it a review in our building permit to the fire department, who can implement those codes when they do the permit review so that the panels get set in the right place in the field. Now, going over to the energy storage systems, the fire department has the lead on that. The fire department can say, I want updated smoke detector system in the house. I want 5/8 fire code sheetrock protected around these energy storage system batteries. That triggers a building code. So the fire department is telling the building department what they're requiring for protection in the homes. So we have had, this month, we had a building inspector, our inspectors, we attended the captain's meeting that the deputy chief holds the first Wednesday of every month, and we talked about this process with the captains.
Okay, so you alter on the building code, saying
Yeah.
you need to
We won't yet.
not alter,
so-
but you'll tell you'll have to follow the fire department's code. So the stricter code wins, I guess, is what I would say.
That's a good way to put it. I should have said that. The stricter code wins. Yep.
Okay.
Gene?
One quick follow-up. Actually, the solar is a hindrance to a fire. When the fire department arrives, there's no way to turn the power off. They have no access to it at all. Is any of that being addressed?
Yeah, so in the electrical code, which is part of the fire code, there is the requirements for signage and emergency shutoffs. But as you say, the panels are still electrified. So yes, so these pathways, that where the firefighters can get access to the roof and get access for ventilation, is a new code requirement in the fire code.
But if the house is fully engulfed when they get there, there's really not much they can do, no matter which way they attack it. It's live with electricity.
That's true.
They put water on it, and it makes the situation worse.
So same for this energy storage system, batteries is worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. So the energy code prompting more of these types of systems is making it more challenging for permitting, but also more challenging in the field for the firefighters. You're right. Yeah. So I'll just go on and tell you, for some statistics for the number of permits that the building inspector's office issued. So last year, that totals for permits issued to 4,065 permits. As compared to 2022, we issued 4,084. So pretty close. As far as the total fees collected, $1,070,000. In 2022, we collected $1,148,000. So as far as the department staffing, you probably heard, so 1 building commissioner, 4 inspectors. So we have 1 electrical inspector, a plumbing and gas inspector, and 2 assistant building inspectors. And then we have that 1.5 assistant, administrative assistants. So as you could see, the building inspector's budget is mostly salaries and wages. And then, as I mentioned, we're just asking in the capital budget, just another electric vehicle. So that shows at the $40,000 line item. And I think that's all for the building inspector's presentation. I just have 1 page for zoning board, but I don't know if you want me to talk about that or just answer questions about the building inspector budget first.
So let's cover the building inspector first. Rajesh?
With the permits, is there a separation between residential and commercial? Do we know how much of this? And the costs, fee cost associated to those residential and commercial is the same, or do we have a tiered?
So we have a table of breakdown, but I don't have that table with me. But yes, we do have a breakdown of number of permits for residential and commercial, because we do have a breakdown of a table. Yeah, but I don't have that one with me.
That's great. But the fee associated to those permits for between commercial and residential.
Yeah, so the fees collected, you mean? Well, our permit fee is $10 per thousand, but I don't have the breakdown of the fees collected on that. So, but if that's something that you would like me to add to my statistics, I can do that and give it to Alex, and then do that from now forward.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, by the way. The addition of an electric vehicle, what's the expectation of savings other than the upfront cost now by not having to pay for gas and things like that?
Oh, I don't, so about the vehicles themselves, so you mean just for my department having an electric vehicle? Oh, okay.
Mileage
So-
saved, gas that's not being spent?
Yep. So, so the inspectors get $4,800 a year. So now that's 1 out of the 5 inspectors that do not get that fee. So we save $4,800 on not paying one of the electrical inspector.
Thank you.
So does that come out of your operational expenses?
Yes.
So the break even's about, it's $4,800 a year, he's gonna spend $40,000 on the new car. So is it a 6-year break even, 7-year break even on that? And then we still pay for the electricity. I mean, obviously, it's less expensive than gas, but
Yeah, it's been about $20 a month to charge it since December.
okay, so it's probably a 7 or 8 year break even. So we expect the car to last 8 to 10 years.
Probably.
Okay. And what type of vehicle is it?
It's a Chevy Bolt.
Oh, okay.
Yep. It's small.
Yep.
Any other questions for the building inspector department? Any questions from the select board? Any questions from the public? Thank you, Patty. We can now go on to the zoning board of appeals.
Yeah, so the zoning board of appeals is staffed by the assistant town planner, Louise O'Neill, and then administrative assistant Kristen Rapolo. As you can see, it's just, $2,900, and it's not changing from last year to to the FY '25 budget. But the zoning board of appeals is very busy. 28 variances, 14 special permits in 2023. In 2024, it's starting out to be pretty busy too. So that's all on the zoning board.
So how does that basically work, Patty? Do we hire somebody on an hourly basis to take care of that, or?
For the zoning board, so Louise is one of the assistant town planners, you know, working under Chris McGoldrick. And so she is assigned to staff the zoning board. So just as a, you know, one of her regular tasks
I
that she
see.
does under her job description. And then the administrative assistant, that is the building inspector's administrative assistant, fully staffs the zoning board. So she attends the meetings, does the meeting minutes, does all the, you know, preparation for the meeting.
So the salaries and wages row, basically, it's part of somebody's compensation. Is that how it works?
Right, for, yeah,
I
for
see.
staffing
I see.
them. Yep.
Any other questions for zoning board of appeals? Any questions from the select board? Any questions from the public? Thank you so much, Patty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patty.
We shall now move to human services, the health department. And that is page 201 of the book.
Yes, good evening. My name is Solo Dennis. I'm the director for the Worcester Division of Public Health and the Central Mass Health Alliance that consists of the town of Shrewsbury, West Boylston, and Grafton. The Worcester Division of Public Health provide public health service to the town of Shrewsbury in terms of looking at the environmental health services, nursing services, and the data and epidemiology services. One of the accomplishments of the division this year was to conduct an emergency dispensing site drill. The town of Shrewsbury has been in compliance. The emergency dispensing site drill is a drill that we test our efficiency if there is a public health emergency in the town. We have conducted web UC emergency drills. The town of Shrewsbury 100% in compliance. One of our accomplishments also, we work with the school committee looking at schools and wealth and looking at the mental health of the students in the school, but also looking at the substance misuse and the challenges in the school department. We also created the first Alliance Superintendent Consortium meeting, bringing all the superintendents as part of the Alliance down to talk about best practices and looking at ways that we could address some of the challenges in these schools as well. Our fiscal 24 goals, we have completed it. We hire a deputy director that is part of the operation of the division. The deputy director job is to provide guidance to staff that works in the Alliance town. The deputy director also provides leadership in terms of looking at resources allocation, but also ways to enhance our services in the town, but also in the city of Worcester. Our fiscal year 25 goals were to migrate a lot of the our permitting process to the open gov system. We have done that. We are also in the process of adding additional permit online. And so my fiscal year 25 primary goals right now is to hire a shared service coordinator. I had lost that person 3 months ago, and we need to rehire that person. One of that person's primary goal job was to engage with the Lionstown around health work, right? The town of Shrewsbury, through that partnership, we're working with the division or LA Affairs to address a lot of the food insecurity in the town. The town has one food places where our residents that address that experience food insecurity could go and have and get fresh fruits and vegetables. We're working on to how can we provide additional resources to the town to address that. In terms of our budget overview, we have a staff of one person, right? And I think there's an error on that. Yes. Okay. So our department, in terms of the accomplishment of the department, I'm proud to say that we've completed our second phase of the community health assessment. The community health assessment is a assessment that is done over a period of a year and a half, and we use the community health assessment to look at the health status of the community. Through that process, we conducted interviews with stakeholders to look at how healthy the community is, and from that process, we looking at policies, working with the school department, working with other agencies, working with the hospital system to look at some of the health challenge in the town of Shrewsbury, but also the towns that are part of the alliance towns. One of the highlights of our department also, we provide nursing service, and nursing service is very critical to address the health of the town. Well, we have a robust robust disease reporting services through the Maven system, where we look at a whole lot of disease outbreak in the town, and we are managing that a lot. One thing we're working on also is our tobacco compliance control. In the town of Shrewsbury, there's 12 tobacco establishments. They have 12 tobacco permits. We do tobacco enforcement. We also do tobacco education, right? We have conducted quarterly emergency dispensing site drill. We collect mercury in shops collection, and also the environmental health inspection, where we inspect restaurants, we inspect pool, we provide permits, and we provide guidance to new businesses that want to come in the town of Shrewsbury. So for this fiscal year, we have 2 grants that align with the work we're doing to enhance the public health work in the town. We have a public health excellence grant, and the public health excellence grant is to increase cross-jurisdictional sharing and public health services to the staff. Right, we have a staff of a regional staff that consists of 2 nurses, a tobacco health staff. We have an emergency preparedness staff that look at how resilient and if there's a public health emergency for us to respond to emergency in the town. But also that grant provides us staffing, it provides training, and we use that grant to enhance our capacity to be upfront in terms of some of the health challenges we face. One thing I may add to this committee, as an accredited health department, one of the first in the nation, it's very important that we have robust and trained staff to address public health challenges once it comes about. The other grant we have is a MASCO 3 grant, and through that grant we work with the schools looking at substance use, mental health, and how can we engage our youth in terms of making sure that we are providing tools to them that they can use in school, but also they can bring homes as well. And this is our budget page. We have a staff of 1 FTE, and she manages the office in collaboration with the health inspector, and the staff in the city of Worcester.
Are there any questions for the health department from the committee? Jean?
How is the septic system handled now, as far as the funding goes?
So we manage the septic system.
I didn't see any.
Yes.
Okay, do you sub it, or?
So we have a consultant that manages the septic system. He's been doing it for the past 15 years.
So he's actually part of your department?
Yes, he's part of my department. Yes.
Any other questions from the committee? Any questions from the select board and the public? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are running a little bit late, but let's have a quick recess, 5-minute recess. It's 8:01, so let's reconvene around 8:06. Thank you. Restart from where we left off. May I have everyone's attention? We shall now move to the Council on Aging.
Hi.
Holly.
Oop. Ready?
Yes, we are.
Hi, I'm Holly Luke. I'm the Director of the Shrewsbury Council on Aging, and with me today is my COA Board Chair, Alex Froman. I'd first like to give a big thank you to my COA Board, who is extremely engaged and connected with everything that the Senior Center and the Council on Aging does. And I also want to give a shout out to my unbelievable staff, who their commitment every single day really goes to show with all of the things that we accomplish. So typically when I explain what is the Senior Center or the Council on Aging Department, I break it down into 4 areas that we do. So that being nutrition, outreach, transportation, and programs. So just to touch upon the nutrition, what we do every single day is we offer Meals on Wheels, we offer congregate dining, and we are working presently on expanding our food. You can see that for Meals on Wheels, which actually comes out of Elder Services of Worcester, the number is 31,058. That's actually down a little bit from last year, which is what we think is a good thing, because we are finding other resources for people with that. Our congregate lunch number is up. We are finding more people are wanting to socialize, so they're coming into the senior center more frequently. And everybody knows that food is one of the ways to do that thing. Then we go on to outreach. Right now, we have roughly 86 volunteers, and that equaled up to date for this fiscal year so far for 10,300 hours. That is up from last year, which was 8,419. We have what we call the Good Neighbor Outreach Program. This program was actually recognized by Secretary Chen at the Massachusetts Council on Aging conference this year. And basically what that is it's a very simple outreach opportunity for if anybody notices that either their neighbors or a senior is in trouble, they can actually just go on a Google form, answer 3 questions, and it comes to us. It can be anonymous, or they can tell us who it is, and then we provide the outreach service, whether it's through police or through our own outreach coordinator. To date, we've only had 4 people respond so far, and 2 of them were actually from Worcester. So we transfer the Google Forms to them so they can react appropriately. This year we had our first multicultural festival, and I believe that you all saw that the resource marketing materials that I shared with you. So one of them was like a happy birthday card, and to date we've mailed out 1,500, and those go out to people that are 80 and over. This year we did our first communications survey, and basically that survey consisted of 12 questions, and it was all based around communication. How can we communicate to the seniors in the community better? And what we found with the results were that a lot of people are looking for more technology based communications. So whether it's on the phone or social media or things like that, that's what we found out of the survey. The next grouping that we have is transportation. So this year in September, we entered into a new mobility management model with the WRTA. And what that consists of is our transportation requests through the Senior Center and the Council on Aging Department were becoming so large because we offer such a great service that it was becoming more than what my staff could handle. So we worked with the WRTA, and now what happens is they do all of the dispatching, they do the scheduling, but we still do the reporting, we still do the hiring, and we still do the training. With that, we were able to hire 2 new full-time van drivers. That's the first time that's ever happened. Those 2 full-time van drivers primarily drive the WRTA vehicles. So the WRTA vehicles are on the road Monday through Friday, every single day. As I mentioned there. We also still have 3 part-time van drivers. Those van drivers drive the 2 COA town-owned vehicles. That's what they do. And those vehicles, when they go out on the road, are for special trips. So we offer casino trips, we offer restaurant trips, we offer museum trips and things like that. That's what our 2 COA vans do. Then we go down to programs. And programs, the My Senior Center is a software, and it's a kiosk, and it's set up at the Senior Center, and we really try to engage the seniors into using a key card. So every time they come into the Senior Center, they scan the card. So our number from 10,674 for 2023 is actually up 3,000 check-ins from last year. So we've been really putting the word out, telling people how important it is, because we take that data from the My Senior Center software, and that's how we apply for all of our grants. So all of the information is already there. It's done for us. It is my backup. This year in September, we also had our first Heroes Awards, where we recognized nominated volunteers, senior volunteers within the community. Every year for the past 3 years, we've had a Veterans Luncheon in November. This year, we also offered a pet fair. We have a memory cafe that meets twice a month in coordination with the library's memory cafe. We're one of the only towns that offer 4 different opportunities for a memory cafe in 1 month, which is actually, it's unbelievable. Our SHINE program, so we have some volunteers that help with Medicare, people getting into that new insurance when they turn 65. And actually one of our SHINE representatives is one of the COA board members, so they volunteer for that too. You might have seen that we purchased a patio and put a patio in over by the Senior Center. And along with that, you'll be seeing from Outreach Coordinator Renee DiArgento, she's working on trying to raise some funds through the community so we can make a whimsical garden area outside for another restful spot for the community to use in the Senior Center and anybody else who might want to come over there. One of the things that will help with is it gives us an ability to have outdoor programming, which we've seen and had a lot of requests since COVID. And then, of course, we have our weekly programs. For our 2024 goals, as you can see, the first one was My Senior Center collecting and analyzing the data, which, as I've already spoke, has proven very effectively, and we will continue to do that for the next year to come. The next one was increasing and enhancing partnerships and outreach opportunities. So we've been working really, really hard with businesses, any business that reaches out to us who has anything that we feel as though is a good resource for a senior to be able to live a healthier life, stay independent. We have them come into the Senior Center. In addition to that, we also go out of the Senior Center. So many times myself or my assistant director, my transportation coordinator, and my outreach coordinator, we try to attend as many activities as we can because we feel as though if we support them, they'll continue to support us. For FY...
Holly, are there any goals related to financial planning and helping them understand some of the complicated tax relief that they can get from the town?
Yes, yes, so that's a great question. So one of the things that we lost after we got COVID was, we used to have a financial advisor come, to the senior center twice a month. And since we've had trouble finding those people to do that, but just today I was able to connect with somebody from Edward Jones. So I'm hoping that we can start partnering with them so they can come in also. So we're planning on increasing the financial aspect of, really teaching seniors how to budget effectively with the money that they have, as well as nutrition education so they can understand when they're learning their finances and how to save the money, the proper way and the best way to purchase their food so they can live a healthier life and get the most for their dollar. For our fiscal year 25 preliminary goals, Yahoo, Young Adults Helping Out Others. So I just want to touch briefly on that. So I'm originally from Sterling, and they have this unbelievable intergenerational program, and it's called Yahoo. And for the past 4 years, I have tried desperately to bring it to Shrewsbury, and I'm super happy to say that we finally had 2 high school students that actually came to us and said, what can we do for you? And I said, I'll tell you what you can do for me. So starting in the fall, we will have 25 high school students, and that includes seniors, juniors, and sophomores. And they will be going to seniors' homes, working outside, no power tools or anything like that. It is raking, it's pulling together debris. And the only thing that the senior actually has to do is pop the head outside and say, thank you for coming, thank you for doing this, and then we have an end-of-year celebration. Why is this great for the students? It's great because one of the things that we tell them that they're going to have to do is they have to run this by themselves. They have to be their own leaders of this program with us supervising. So they get to create it all, and they get to pass the torch to the next group of students that come. So it is after the first year, it will be completely run by the students with us being the umbrella. For the second goal, it's enhancing the accessibility and effectiveness of the Shrewsbury Senior Center. So one of the things that we're working on is becoming dementia-friendly, and I'm happy to report that this week we had the dementia-friendly pledge signed by select board members and by the town manager. And from here, what happens is we pass that on to the Massachusetts Council on Aging. Will be recognized in September, but the work doesn't stop there. So what will happen now is the Assistant Director, Casey Bogan, what she'll be doing is following up with the different departments, different staff, the community, businesses, all of them. We're going to be putting our outreach out to make sure that people understand that there is a certain way that you need to approach people with dementia, people with Alzheimer's, and not everybody knows all of those steps. So Shrewsbury is going to start working towards making sure that everybody is dementia friendly. On top of that, you'll have seen in my capital request that to become dementia friendly, it really makes sense if we start with the senior center. So my capital request is asking for, I don't know if that's the next slide or not. Oh, sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit. Is for asking for age and dementia-friendly furniture. Right now, we have 127 chairs, and 8 of them have arms. It is a constant issue with the seniors that visit the senior center because it's a task to sometimes get out of your seat if you can't push up or anything like that. So the capital request is for new tables, and new chairs. Can you go backwards a little bit?
Can I ask a question on that?
Oh, yes, Brian.
Just curious on the chairs, is there like a retrofit option that you could add arms to an existing chair?
Not these ones. These ones are about 10 years old, I think, and they came from somewhere else. Some of them are falling apart. I think that the task of trying to put arms on them would be hard, and I'm not even sure where to start with that.
Just curious, thank you.
So for the budget overview, the transportation program changes, as I mentioned, the new transportation, the mobility management model, that has brought on 2 new full-time van drivers, as I mentioned before. The formula grant impact. So the formula grant went up from $12 a senior for Shrewsbury seniors to $14. So last year, for the formula grant, we had $79,083 given to the town of Shrewsbury for our seniors. This year, we saw $120,083, I believe it was. So we got an extra $40,000. This year, they're actually, well, for the next year, they're actually trying to see if we can get it up to $15. So that would be fantastic. One of the things that we're noticing for this year, for fiscal year 25, is that it might be that a lot of that 40,000 that we've just gained is going to end up with salary, which I'll touch upon in just a few moments. So the budget challenges, increased demand, more services. So of course, you know, we're a very busy senior center. We offer a lot of resources inside and outside, and we're hearing all kinds of people who come and give us their comments about the things that they want to do. And with all of those programs comes money. You need money. Right now, I do want to mention that our instructors that we have that do our daily programs, we don't pay them. They actually either volunteer or they come and the participants actually donate money to them. Funding, as I mentioned, relying on uncertain government grants. So even though we continuously get the formula grant every year, there's no guarantee. As a matter of fact, 2 years ago, right after COVID, they weren't sure if we were going to get that. I didn't know that that was even possible. So that's a little nerve-wracking for us because we utilize that, the formula grant for so many things, and like I said, one of them being salaries. Resource allocation, so balancing the funds from all of the programs. So right now, I take money out of the revolving account that we have to pay our COA van drivers. I take money out of the formula grant to pay for our office assistants, and then we use the general fund for the rest of the staffing. So it's you know, we have staff that comes out of, staff salaries that come out of many different areas.
What about the nutritional funding? Where does that come from?
The nutritional funding, so the Elder Services of Worcester pays, and so that's part of, you might see an increase in the operational of the COA budget, and part of that is because we had an increase in dues and memberships for almost everybody that we're associated with. So that includes Elder Services of Worcester, Massachusetts Council on Aging, National Council on Aging, and they just keep going. So, but we don't have anything for nutrition as of right now, but we do foresee in the future when we do an expansion of the food sharing pantry that we might have to utilize some of that, maybe perhaps a formula grant funds, or rely on our friends of the Shrewsbury Senior Center to help us out with that. So the budget highlights, I've already talked about Shrewsbury becoming dementia friendly. We are also person-centered dementia care training. So Casey and I have both become certified. Casey has also become certified at a different level. She can do a train the trainer, which means that she can actually go outside of the senior center and go to the businesses, as I had mentioned earlier. The garden project, I mentioned a little bit about that. And of course, the food pantry. I welcome anybody to come over. So, Alex, can you go to the next slide? Oh, I already talked about that too. So that was the average daily attendance. So here we are. So for the food sharing expansion, food pantry expansion, I applied for 2 different grants from Massachusetts Council on Aging, and we were awarded $20,000. And with that $20,000, we're taking our major storage area from the senior center and making it a food sharing pantry that has a commercial refrigerator, commercial freezer. We're having custom cabinets put in. Along that, just like I mentioned a little bit ago, we're going to be offering some education, financial education, for people who utilize the food pantry, as well as nutritional education for those same people. So there will be guidelines and policies that we would put into place for anybody that comes to use the food pantry, because we just don't want them to come in and not have a direction of where to go once they've been there. So that's what we're planning with that. So I'm just gonna start from the top unless anybody has a particular question so far. As you can see, we apply for as many grants as we can possibly get our hands on. We received about $2,000 and some change for our memory cafe, in which case I purchased some materials that we are able to use during our programming. We have the Mass Development Grant. That was the Yellow Cab grant. That one we utilized for seniors or those with disabilities to, if they needed to go somewhere outside of our business hours, we would put them on a yellow cab, or we used Safeway Transportation, who was actually a luxury transportation for wheelchairs. This was really, really helpful to many of the seniors, and we're hoping that Mass Development will bring it back, because I'm certainly going to apply for it again. And then here is the budget. And as I mentioned, you can see that the operational expenses went up a bit from last year. And again, most of that is from dues that we have to pay for the Council on Aging Department. And that's all I have. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Dennis, please.
I did want to say I'm very happy to see the Yahoo program coming to town. Actually, I've had experience with the Sterling one.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a great way to get kids interacting with the seniors, and seniors can understand when there's school budget requests, et cetera, what we're producing out of those schools. So I think I'm glad you brought it in.
Thank you.
Now, as far as the food pantry goes, do you take donations of food? I mean, how is that all?
Yep, so I've been working with my outreach coordinator, as well as the human leadership team that we're part of, as well as select board members Michelle Conlon and Carlos Garcia. And we've met with the Worcester County Food Bank, and we're looking at all different avenues. There's a lot of different places that we could apply and will apply to get food actually brought to us. But outside of that, we are planning on doing some food drives and things. Already, even from just the word being out, we've had people reaching out to us. What can we do? Can we volunteer? So we're really seeing some exceptional things coming out of this grant already.
Gene.
Couple quick questions. Number one, on the capital budget, I'm all for that furniture aspect of it, but when you get to the patio and other projects, I often wondered, why don't you have an arm within the Council of Aging of a 501c3?
I believe you asked me the same
I
question
did,
last
and I
year.
never really got a good answer.
To be honest, I don't know the answer to that. Like I said, we have the Friends of the Shrewsbury Senior Center that they do assist us with funding of certain programs and things like that.
I'm familiar with the Friends, but my main thought on it would be that if you, for instance, you needed money additional for the patio, that a business may be willing to put up that money, but they've got to be assured that they've got a deduction on their taxes. And if you're not incorporated, they'll go on to another organization, another charity. So I just think that's an arm that should be investigated.
So if I can, so donations to the town of Shrewsbury as a municipality are tax deductible because of our public status. So we can send that information out, but they are tax deductible right now. We can't set up another tax identification number as this organization.
They
are tax deductible, yep.
What chapter does that fall under, do you know?
I
So we're
will
looking at
tell
right
you in
now.
1 second.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to do it right
Okay.
now, but
We can send it over then. Yep.
Are there any other questions from the committee?
Do we reach out to all the businesses in Shrewsbury, letting them know that any donations to them will be tax deductible by default?
What's that?
Do we, when we get a new business in, do we actually let the businesses know that any donations they write out to the town will be tax deductible?
We don't. Not currently.
Is that something we might want to do to give, I mean, we have a few new businesses coming in, they may want to make a positive, first impression?
Yes.
Mhm.
And it's chapter 170C1 of the IRS code.
170C1?
Yep.
Yeah, I would just recommend we might think about how to get that message out to all the businesses.
Thank you.
Rajesh?
One follow-up question on Yahoo program. So what's the time commitment from the students that we're expecting over the academic year?
So it's about 8 Saturdays. So, so it'll be 4 to 5, depending on weather. So what happens is, in this, both the spring and the fall, we will have days allocated for the students to go to the homes. So it's about 3 to 4 hours every Saturday for, but there's, like I said, there's only about 8 of them that they'll be doing. So we're starting it early. We'll finish it up by May, because what we want to do is make sure that we celebrate those seniors that are graduating. And so then, like I said, they can pass the torch.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not the select board, any questions, and the public? Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Ollie. We shall now move to Veteran Services, page 207 of the book.
Hello, good evening. I'm Jeff Farrell, the Director of Veteran Services for the Central Mass Veteran Service District, including Grafton, Northborough, Shrewsbury, and Westborough. Quick rundown, we are the municipal VSOs managing Chapter 115 for the towns, as well as helping veterans apply for Veterans Administration benefits or any other state benefits that are available to them. Currently in Shrewsbury, we have 12 clients on Chapter 115. There have been 3 that I had closed due to moving into nursing homes or moving out of town, and we've added 1, a transitioning veteran getting back on his feet. So that was good to help him out. The one slide I have, you can see there has been a decrease. But I believe last year at this point, that could change at any moment. Just this week, I've had 3 people reach out in other communities. So it could go up at any day. I think on the state level, the Executive Office of Veteran Services, with some of the federal government shutdowns looming, they were expecting maybe a federal employee, if they were furloughed or laid off for long, could need the Chapter 115. I don't think it's come to fruition yet, but with people struggling with cost, that is the financial safety net.
What is
for
the
some.
Chapter 115?
So that is it's a financial safety net. It's the benefit we pay through the town, basically our one operational line. It's a monthly benefit. They're approved. They have to meet a certain income limit, an asset limit, roughly $8,400 for a single veteran, and it's $16,000 and I think $400 for a married couple. And if they're fixed income, just living on Social Security, it can help cover some fuel assistance, medical expenses. It's not a game changer for their financial status, but it's going to keep them from maybe getting evicted or putting food on the table. For a lot of veterans and widows or spouses, it can help keep them stable. On the VA side, Shrewsbury veterans roughly receive about $6 million a year from the VA, either through disability compensation, pensions, or the survivor benefits. That number is for 2023, not necessarily the fiscal year. And And as far as the operational salaries, since last year, we have hired a full-time veteran agent, another VSO. She is capable of doing the same tasks as me. I was out for 10 days in December for a parental leave, and Ashley was able to do all the same duties as I would. So it went from the 2 part-time agent model to 1 full-time, and it gives another 8 hours a day, or 7 hours a day roughly, for each community. Some highlights from the district: we have been busy just in town. It was exciting to me, the cemetery division located an unmarked Civil War grave. We were able to do some research, find the muster records of him being activated for the Civil War, and requested a grave marker through the VA. I need to follow, I know it takes them a while to manufacture it, I just have to find out if it's been delivered yet. We were able to honor a 100-year-old World War II veteran for his birthday, between the Friends of the Senior Center, Representative Kane, and the American Legions, and he was very pleased to have some company on his 100th birthday. And we're also getting involved with a coffee hour at the Northborough American Legion that quite a few Shrewsbury veterans attend. So just lining up different speakers and topics every month and get together and socialize.
That's wonderful, Jeff. I just had a question from last year. I remember we talked a little bit about 2 challenges you faced with the veterans community in the area. One was helping them fill out forms and understanding the technicalities of legal stuff and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And the second was mental health. So do you have anything to share based on the last year on those two items?
The forms, as I've maybe come across a little younger veterans, they're able to maybe file their own claims, but definitely the elderly population, we help populate a lot of the forms and file it all for them. That's, if they were to choose another service organization like the Disabled American Veterans or VFW, they may have to travel to Boston to submit the claims, but going through our office, they just come to the senior center, we help them prepare the forms. I can fax them, email them, securely upload them to the VA.
Why I asked that was I was wondering, like, technology, like things like AI and all that, is that something you guys are looking at for future?
AI, the VA forms are so specific. Mm-hmm. There's not I don't see a way that AI would help that. I mean, they're filling in social security numbers, years of their service. When they write a statement in support of their claim, AI might be able to help someone come up with the words, but it needs to be their words because it's almost like a legal testimony to the VA. And I haven't heard of AI coming up in any of our VSO comments, maybe in writing a grant for another, like a private organization. And mental health continues to be an issue. Our coffee hour on Wednesday, the wait list for a mental health counselor is 6 to 9 months. So there are some groups that help in the meantime and a lot of retreats, but mental health continues to be a big issue for veterans, and I don't know the answer of when they need to hire more counselors. It's just, there's not enough counselors to meet with the veterans.
Gene, please.
I was gonna ask one quick question. We're still on to the manager, full reimbursement?
75%.
Yeah,
Is
from the state.
75% from the state.
Yeah.
If they're a transitioning homeless veteran, I believe it's 100%, but we don't have any.
Yeah. How
claims
long
like
does
that.
it take us to get our money?
We receive it comes as our quarterly state aid distribution, and it's on a 1-year lag basis.
I close out the month and balance with with Alex our numbers, and the treasurer closes it out as well, and that triggers the payment from the state.
Are there any other questions from the committee? The select board? The public? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We shall now move to the other side of the agenda, library, page 212 of the book.
Good evening. I'm Priya Ratnam, the Library Director. With me here today are the members of the Library Board of Trustees, Chair Deb LeBeau, Jeff Bellingham, Purnima Tekumala, Mo Guaver, Claire O'Connor, and April Jones-Prince. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a review of the Board of Library Trustees fiscal year 2025 budget request and its impact on library services. I would first like to highlight the library's accomplishments in fiscal year 23. The trustees and library staff developed a new strategic plan for fiscal year 25 through 29. I think you have a copy of the strategic plan. The plan has broadly defined strategic pillars and goals that help us to prioritize the allocation of resources while enabling us to be creative and innovative as we adapt to emerging challenges and opportunities. Over the next 5 years, the library will prioritize positioning the library as a community hub, literary hub, information hub, civic hub, and idea hub. Based on the strategic plan, the library managers and I developed an action plan for fiscal year 25 that will serve as a roadmap as we plan services and programs and also help individual staff members develop their goals. I had submitted the action plan as a supplemental document. The second accomplishment of fiscal year 23 was that the library was awarded a federal Library Services and Technology Act grant for $30,000 for creative communities. With this grant funding, the library is supplementing its existing makerspace technology and offering a host of instructive programs and workshops run by local experts, demonstrating to patrons how to use various pieces of newly acquired equipment, such as 3D printers, a laser cutter, a textile printer, a Cricut machine, sewing machines, etc. The library is partnering with several local colleges and universities, including Worcester Polytechnic Institute, the College of the Holy Cross, Tufts University, and the UMass Chan Medical School. We will also be collaborating with the Discovery Museum and Technocopia, the nonprofit makerspace in downtown Worcester. This is a work in progress. The range of programs that are offered in person at the library and virtually via Zoom range from informational talks, educational seminars, entertaining musical performances, and health and wellness-oriented programs. Early literacy programs, including story times for children, are extremely popular, as indicated by the number of families that line up in the hallway outside our meeting room at 10 a.m. every day. In fiscal year 24, we restructured our adult services department to create an outreach and marketing librarian position. Diana Karras, the librarian we hired for that position, has expanded outreach services by not only visiting elder care facilities and providing the residents with library materials, but she also does presentations at various locations like Veterans Inc., the Rotary Club, residents at Orchard Grove, Southgate, Benchmark Nursing Home, etc., to inform residents of all the programs and services offered at the library. One of our preliminary goals for fiscal year 25 is to establish the library as a community hub and offer programs and services to engage residents of all ages. Community survey responses indicated that residents want more programs, and working parents commented that they would like more children's programs in the evenings and weekends. If we offer more programs, we will also have to ramp up our promotion and marketing efforts. Our second goal is to revitalize the library as an information hub. I mentioned that we received a grant to create a makerspace. So we have the funds to purchase equipment with ARPA funding and this grant funding, but we don't have sufficient staff to teach the technology classes and oversee the makerspace related activities. Allow me to describe our staffing needs and challenges and explain why we need more full-time staff. The library has 14 full-time and 36 part-time employees who are responsible for helping patrons at the 3 service desks for 67 hours a week, answering patron questions whether they are in person, via phone, or email. They're also planning, coordinating, and facilitating programs, marketing and promoting library resources, providing technology help, researching and compiling useful digital resources, and evaluating, purchasing, cataloging, and processing books. The Board of Library Trustees' budget request includes a new full-time position for a second reference librarian. We hired a second full-time reference librarian in December 23 to ease the stress of the single reference librarian in the Adult Services Department. We plan to have both of them work on creative projects such as programming and also cover the reference desk in shifts. They can also assist the assistant director plan and organize cultural, educational, informational, and entertaining programs for adults. Currently, we are paying this employee's salary from library state aid funds. The understanding was that in fiscal year 25, we would request that 50% of the salary be paid from the operational budget and 50% would be paid from the library state aid. In fiscal year 26, 75% would be paid from the operating budget and 25% from library state aid. In fiscal year 27, we would request that 100% of the salary be paid from the operational budget. Fiscal projection 1 does not include funding for that position, so it will have to be funded by library state aid funds. The stats on slide 67 clearly demonstrate how busy the library is. Staff is stretched thin, trying to meet program needs and the need to provide service at all the service desks. At nights and on weekends, there are just 5 or 6 staff members in such a huge facility. It's crucial for the morale of staff to provide them with more support and vital to prevent burnout among the talented staff that we hire. If I had a magic wand, I would like to make 10 part-time positions full-time in the course of the next 4 years. And we would like to hire 2 more full-time employees, 1 community services librarian and 1 marketing librarian, to make the adult services team more robust. I have also shared the staffing plan for the next 5 years, along with my supplemental documents. Moving from personnel to materials, our request for materials expenditure was $212,520. In fiscal projection 1, the materials budget has been reduced by $8,531 to make it level, the same as the current year. We will have to supplement the materials expenditure by using library state aid funds. R&M equipment has been reduced by $5,907, and the supplies budget also has been reduced. Office supplies have been reduced by $1,250, custodial supplies by $3,000, and library supplies by $3,000. I would also like to point out that all of the library programming expenses are funded by the Friends of the Library, who contribute about $30,000 annually. The Foundation Board recently subscribed to a library speakers consortium that offers 3 to 4 virtual lectures and author talks per month, so Shrewsbury cardholders can watch them from the comfort of their home. The subscription fee was $3,500. I would like to mention one more thing that is not strictly part of the library budget. but we've been discussing with public facilities and with the town manager the need for the library to have a second custodian. The library trustees and I wish to maintain the library facility as a clean, attractive, and welcoming place for visitors and patrons. In order to accomplish this, I feel it is imperative that 2 custodians are assigned to the building, 1 during the day and 1 in the evening hours. As you know, the library sees heavy traffic, and the library is open 12 hours a day, Monday through Thursday, and for a total of 67 hours a week. The meeting rooms on the first floor and in the children's room are used for programs during the day, in the evenings, and on weekends. After the custodian leaves at 3:30 p.m., staff supervising the building in the evening sometimes have to be extra vigilant and responsible for various things, cleaning up after patrons if there's a spill or accident, and many other things. So we are requesting that a custodian be assigned to the building every hour that the library is open, including nights and weekends.
Does the custodian come out of another department, the
Public
buildings department?
facilities. Comes out of public facilities. I would like to thank the Board of Trustees for their ongoing support, the town manager and his team for their guidance, and the community for their overwhelming love and support. I would like to thank my staff too for their dedicated service and for their flexibility and resilience when we are short-staffed and they have to fill in for each other's shifts. Thank you to the Finance Committee. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Rajesh?
Thanks for the presentation. The children's program, what age group does it accommodate, and during what timings?
Oh, there are various programs for every age group, starting from infants, toddlers, preschoolers, and school-age children. So there's something every single day. And then passive programs like Infant Explorers and Tinker Time, which is like STEM activities for infants and for toddlers.
There seems to be an uptick this year, 2023, compared to past years.
The number of programs.
And also the attendees and participation and all in all. So do you see a reason why?
Just popular. Our children's librarians are doing an amazing job with their story times and programs, and they're very, very creative. We're also partnering with a number of other organizations like YMCA and Shrewsbury Club, and they come and offer programs. So there's a lot that we're offering, and I guess people are enjoying that.
Thank you.
So Priya, you did mention becoming an ideas hub. So are any of the existing programs already oriented to that, or is that something that's still a future goal?
I mean, it's an ongoing thing. We offer all kinds of creative programs. The maker space is something that we've been planning for the past few years. And as I said, we have the technology, but there's not enough staffing to implement the teaching, and facilitating those kind of programs.
Gene?
In reference to the custodians, is one a full-time employee of the town?
Yes,
So there's no cleaning services at all?
there is no other cleaning service. Yeah, before the pandemic, we used to have a custodian during the day and contractual cleaners who used to come at night. We haven't had that since.
Could that be something that could be worked out, an outside cleaning facility?
We're definitely working to address the issues, yes.
Milan?
Just, thank you, Priya, by the way. There are a lot of great programs that are being offered by library, and your team works tirelessly, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Just follow up to what Rajesh asked, like there is an uptick. Do we know which programs oversubscribe versus some programs that, you need to have because, they are good, but they are not penetrating or, more socialized with the residents? Do we have the stats there?
Sure, we've observed that any programs that are geared towards the younger kids, the preschoolers, toddlers, babies, any number of programs that we offer are well attended. The school age kids, we've tried various things with them. They are not as well attended as the younger age group. And that could be because of timing. You know, we try to plan at various times that we think would work for them, but as you know, children are doing various other activities, and it's difficult to, meet their need when it is there. They do ask for story times or book clubs and stuff, but the attendance is not as robust as we would like.
And if I may ask a follow-up, so is a downward trend is because of some, the policies that were recently updated, especially for, the fifth or sixth graders that were coming in the libraries on their own, right? So is that contributing towards the, downward trend?
I don't think so. Because we do offer programs for tweens and teens, and they are relatively well attended. The Teen Advisory has become a pretty active group, and we have a writing club for teens, which is also gaining in momentum. So it's all picking up.
Thank you.
Dennis?
As far as shortage of librarians, have you worked with any of the local or colleges or Boston colleges? I mean, there are some very good library science colleges in Boston especially. And I know they have internships and things that they're always looking for.
Internship programs, yeah. We can reach out to Simmons and.
Yeah, I mean, they're number one in the country, so, and they're
Right, absolutely.
in your backyard.
That's a good suggestion, thank you.
Diana?
I just wanted to ask a follow-up about the policy change with the making sure the children have appropriate oversight. Has that policy change now led to resolution of the issues that you've seen, and has that been a good thing?
It's definitely improved the situation. It's half the number of kids that are there on a Friday afternoon or early release day. And for the most part, the situation is under control.
Okay, thank you.
Milind?
Wait, one more question. Regarding the Makers Lab, you mentioned you're trying to kind of take that off. Take off that program, right?
Yeah.
In a positive way. In absence of a trained staff, have you reached out to the area colleges to provide the volunteer
Absolutely.
opportunities to?
Yes, so we have a committee set up that we are meeting with to get community volunteers, and exactly what you're saying. So we have representatives from Holy Cross and WPI and the organization called Technocopia, and we are hoping that we'll be able to offer more programs. They're in the planning stage right now, designing the maker space, and it's great to have volunteers, and we would appreciate volunteers helping out, but you still need staff members to be able to oversee and facilitate that. We have a new technology specialist starting on Monday, and she comes with great experience in working in a maker space at Dartmouth University. So we are hoping that will help us, and we'll get it going soon.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? The select board? Beth?
Priya, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to confirm that the materials budget is at a level that you get the full amount of state aid?
With the municipal budget can be supplemented with state aid funds to meet that requirement. So that's what we're planning.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the select board? The public, any questions from the public for the library? Seems not. Thank you so much, library. Priya, thank you.
Thank you.
We shall now move to the Recreation Department, page 216 of the book.
There you go.
Hi, good evening. My name is Laurel Rossiter. I'm the Recreation Director. I'd like to start with just a brief overview of our department. The Recreation Department has 4 full-time employees, 1 administrative assistant, 1 program coordinator, 1 events coordinator, and a director. We also have approximately 50 part-time staff, give and take depending on the time of year, and a new small group of volunteers. Our focus as the Recreation Department is to offer recreation and leisure programs to the residents of Shrewsbury of all ages and all abilities, as well as to coordinate and implement a variety of community events as a means of connecting people to each other and to our parks and open spaces. We also manage the 2 state-owned boat ramps on Lake Quinsigamond, oversee the use of the Donahue Rowing Center, manage rentals of the picnic pavilions at Dean Park, manage reservations, charges, and use of all town-owned sports fields, support our local Special Olympics programs, operate the Farmers Market and Food Truck Thursdays, which is now combined, will be known as the Summer Market, and actively support other departments and community organization requests and events. We're essentially still a new department and a new team, and we're being very intentional about our path forward in regards to how and what we offer and plan for the community. So I'd like to share with you our newly developed mission, vision, and values. It's the mission of the Shrewsbury Recreation Department to enhance the quality of life of our community members by creating active, safe, and healthy opportunities through intentional planning of quality programs, engaging events, and well-designed, sustainable parks and facilities to help our community continue to thrive. Our vision is for the Shrewsbury Recreation Department to be well recognized as a quality recreation operation and as a regional leader for innovative, engaging, and inclusive programming. Our 4 core values are inclusion. We celebrate the rich diversity in our community and strive to proactively plan for the success of all participants. Connection. We strive to create welcoming spaces for our community members to come together, to collaborate, and to create new friendships while continuing to foster current connections. Exploration. We encourage participants to challenge themselves in positive ways, to learn, play, grow, and to discover a variety of new interests and provide personal fulfillment. And professionalism. We will utilize evidence-based practices, hold ourselves to elevated safety standards, deliver high-quality customer service, practice financial responsibility, and work collaboratively to complement other local organizations in order to contribute to the thriving nature of our community. So looking back on 2023, our accomplishments are to onboard that first ever events coordinator. We also established a tri-town partnership called Rec Connect with the Northborough and Southborough Recreation Departments, and the goal of that initiative is to provide inclusive and adaptive programming for community members with disabilities. Our 2024 goals were to increase our social media presence. One of the first things I noticed when I arrived last year was that it was really hard to find anything about the rec department. That we didn't have really a social media presence. There wasn't an active Facebook page. It was difficult to see what was going on. So just over a year ago, we created our departmental Facebook page, and we now have like 1.3 thousand followers or something. It's really engaging. We share a lot of our registration dates and celebrate program accomplishments and participant engagement on that platform. And it's really helped us grow a little bit since we've launched it. The other goal was to identify equipment or supplies that could increase the efficiency of our in-house operations and improve the quality of experience for event and program participants. The events that were offered were limited, and everything was kind of being contracted out rather than owned in-house so that we could use them time and time again, small events, large events. So we just actually purchased a speaker system that we can bring out to parks. It's Bluetooth, it's all wireless. We can bring it to Dean Park, we can have it at the Farmers Market, we can have it at movie night, we can have it at bingo night. It'll be really, it'll really provide some diverse use and increase the quality of our community events. So we're excited about that. We've also identified a couple of other things that we would like to upgrade in this area. Maybe purchasing our own inflatable movie screen system so that we can do more movie nights in the park throughout the year rather than just like one special event. Even a winter movie night in an indoor location, kind of make that a fun thing to do and bring people out together in the colder months. Branded tents, tablecloths, and giveaway items when we represent ourselves professionally at other events and community things that we go to. And then replacing equipment and supplies that have been ruined in our current storage facility. There's a lot in there that's not really usable anymore. So we do need to replace a lot of things and a lot of summer camp items. So our 25 preliminary goals are to increase activity registration by 10%. We're really hitting only a small percentage of the Shrewsbury community at this point, so we'd really like to do more outreach. We're going to work with the communications coordinator on some marketing strategies that can really push the recreation department kind of into the spotlight for the community and show people what we're doing and what we're able to offer for activities and wellness opportunities. Let's see what else. Oh, we're also planning to work with Taylor to create a community-wide recreation and leisure survey so that we can really meet the needs of the community in that area rather than us just guessing. What I might think is really fun and active and fulfills my needs might be very different from yours. So we'd really like to take the feedback in real time of community members and plan intentionally in that way. And then the second goal here is to conduct a gap analysis of community recreation offerings. In the year that I've been here, I really realized the importance of truly researching and understanding the existing opportunities that are in the area. It's a really active community, which is phenomenal, but there's a lot of opportunity out there. So this will really help us define our department's path forward, how we fit into the community, and what we can offer that will be successful. We intend to use this information to plan with intentionality rather than compete with other organizations and other departments, even in town. There is no sense in duplication of programs or efforts or reinventing the wheel, so this will be a really kind of comprehensive study of what's already out there, price points, facilities that are available for folks, and how we kind of fit into that puzzle. We had asked for the recreation coordinator to be fully funded in the budget, which it's currently not. We sustained it on program user fees, but it did increase this year to 50%. It was less than that in the previous years. We were also looking into replacing all part-time staff in the general fund, since the operating budget that we currently have doesn't subsidize any of our events or programs or part-time staff wages. So all of that sustained by user fees or grants or partnership opportunities. These are just a few examples of some of the things that we were able to accomplish this year. We've turned all of our program offerings into seasonal guides on a digital platform that we share with the community. It's a really great way for people to see what we're offering in a visually appealing way and to engage with us through our guidebook. This is our Rec Connect logo here with Shrewsbury and Northborough. We just got started, but we just had a successful program wrap up last night called Adaptive Gym Games. We're also starting some community outing programs for teens and adults with disabilities to combat isolation and help with social interaction. And then this on the end, Become a Community Partner, was a whole guidebook that our events coordinator created for community partnerships and donation opportunities to help us support all those community events we're talking about. This is our event schedule for 2024. I feel like we have a pretty solid lineup of stuff coming to Shrewsbury. We tried really hard to kind of hit all age groups and interests and offer a diverse kind of menu of community events to bring people out and connect to each other. And then just an infographic there on the end of some snapshots. This was the funding that we were able to bring in last year. A couple of small grants and some sponsorship money as well. What do I talk about here? Any questions?
Are there any questions from the committee? Rajesh?
Thanks for the presentation. I definitely feel the change and visibility of the events that are happening in the rec department right now. So one thing I'm looking at is these digital booklets. Are you anticipating to send it like a hard copies?
We don't have funding to print and mail to everybody, so they're just digital at this point. There are a lot of rec departments that are moving digitally and used to spend lots of money and print and send to all households. I've also considered asking for funding for maybe like a flyer or insert for something that already goes home to people to kind of point them in this direction with a QR code or something to bring them to that link in that book. But perhaps in the future, if people are interested in hard copies, we could have some available somehow.
I think it's, maybe I'm wrong, it's not downloadable for some reason. So I can't, it's only viewable, but it's not downloadable.
Okay.
So if you can download, then I can zoom in and zoom out. Well,
Gotcha.
that's one thing.
I'll work to fix that. Thank you.
So with the community partner program, do you see any inputs from the potential sponsors? I think that's a really good way to put all the information that where the sponsorships are available during these events. But do you see any activity around that?
Yeah, actually, we've had some activity already this year. We put it out to folks in January, and Carly did some really kind of targeted outreach as well as broad outreach. And we've had some really good feedback. People have stepped up and started to sponsor things. I think since we're a new department, people are a little bit hesitant to go ahead and put big money and dollars towards what we're offering to the community. I think they do see the bridge that we're trying to build between community businesses and residents and tie that all together and support each other in that way. But if you've never seen an event run before, you're not really sure what you're going to get for your dollars, which we totally understand. So I think as we build our department and work to develop our events, then that will build as well.
Gene?
I have a couple of questions. Number one, you said you oversee the Donahue Rowing Center?
The management of it. So the people who rent, the schools who rent the bays and the individuals who rent racks for their boats, they work with us for those rental spaces.
Where does the budget show up? Where is that budget now as far as the operational and income? What department does that fall under?
It's all managed through the revolving account.
Donahue Trust, yeah.
Could we see a breakdown sometime on that? The second question is, you've got a vehicle under the capital budget. What is that vehicle?
That will support our operations. Right now, we have equipment and supplies in multiple locations across town, and we often move things from place to place, especially for summer camp. And right now, we have a lot of, well, all of us as staff members, I think my trunk is full of dodgeballs and hockey sticks at the moment. But we also have staff who don't have support from the operating budget in any way, especially vehicle stipends, and they use their personal cars to move things from our storage garage to schools, from school to school, from school to event. And this will help in streamlining that, making sure you're using a town vehicle for town events and town programs, rather than personal vehicles and hoping that they don't get damaged or that things don't get lost. It's all kind of under one umbrella. It will be a passenger vehicle because we would like to ask for an accessible vehicle in the future to help some of those outing programs I was talking about before. They're not going to be big enough to sustain needing a school bus for that, which is also very, very expensive. But if we ever wanted to take small groups of folks with or without disabilities out into the community, programming vans would be the way to do that.
Would you say a vehicle, would an SUV be a better approach?
Perhaps for the,
If you're gonna transport
yeah, and we did think
items?
about a truck, which would make sense just for the transport of items, but we're trying to think big picture and ask for one thing that can do many things, so we did land on a van.
But a truck would, has more than one passenger now these days, so.
True, but you can't really bring a group somewhere in it.
Not like the old days where you can put them in the bed.
Right, no, we can't do that.
I did have a question. You mentioned storage facilities and things do you have, I guess you don't have a central storage facility, and that may be one reason why equipment got wrecked?
Yeah, we utilized an old garage at Dean Park that I think there used to be a house there.
You're using that?
Unfortunately, yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. I now understand what happened to the equipment. At baseball, we use, I know where that garage is, so
Yeah, it still has stuff in it.
probably a few raccoons too.
Yeah, you open the door and you make noise and then you go in.
Standard protocol.
So that might be one thing, maybe somewhere else they have space that we could utilize to store stuff.
Good question.
Yes, Brian?
The goal of the recreational vehicle, is that in part, would that remove the car allowance or mileage, or is that something that would likely continue?
It's not replacing like a daily programmer vehicle. It's more for operation and like program supportive participants and supplies. Like our camp director doesn't have a vehicle stipend, but she is the person who would be moving a lot of stuff, life jackets and following a bus and making sure she's the person who can stay behind if there was a medical emergency, things like that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Lynn?
One quick curious question. What is the average, by the way, great events calendar.
Thank you.
Curious question is, what is the average cost per event that, you anticipate?
Yeah, that's a good question. They're also different, that it's hard to kind of give an average. For example, Extravaganza, our egg hunt at Dean Park, is probably a $6,000 event. So we anticipate needing to raise in donations between $20,000 and $30,000 to sustain this calendar for the year.
Any further questions? Select board, any questions? The public? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We shall now move to administration and finance, and we'll start with the town clerk. Page 117.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sharon Thomas, the town clerk. Just go over a few of what we started out with in 2023. In preparation of our busy election year this year, we focused our efforts on our retention practices. Being a busy election year, and we have to retain the election materials for 2 years after the election, and our vault had become extremely difficult to navigate. So we did do a vault clean out over the summer. We did have great cooperation with other departments that also utilize the vault. So we were able to get everything cleaned out, organized. Everybody has their assigned sections. You can now move through the aisles. So that worked out great. Another improvement, we went live with OpenGov for vital record request and also for dog and kennel license. And then in the future, we'll be doing the public records request through there. We're just not quite there yet. We did work cooperatively with Keith Elms, our animal control officer, in designing, the form for the dog licenses and for the kennel licenses. He has a step that he has to do with the kennel license, which now we're all able to access the same information by doing it through OpenGov. And we can also better communicate with the residents through the system. If we need another document, we can make a comment. They're able to see it and upload what's needed. And in working with Keith over the past several years, like last year, we actually were able to license almost 300 more dogs than we had in the previous year. So we'll continue to work with him to try to get more of the unlicensed dogs licensed. And plus, through using like the OpenGov system, we're now going to be able to send an email reminder to remind people when it is time to renew. So it'll give us a little more increased communication with the residents on that. Another, we did create like a training program for the election workers. We held a training back in February. We also designed like an elections information binder that's sent out on election day in their supply cases that kind of run down, every aspect of the election. The presidential primary was the second time that we utilized the poll pads for check-in. So we did go over the process in our training with the election workers, because the primary is a little different, where you have the unenrolled voters that have the choice of the ballots. So there's a few more screens that they had to work through in the poll pad. But overall, everybody likes the poll pad check-in better than going through the paper lists. It does help, move the line quicker.
Had one question about
Yeah.
that. I know, I like the poll pad system, although the first time they couldn't quite get my name right. It was pretty funny, but.
Well, there's some little.
No, it was fine. It was the first time. I think it's good. But I do notice now you have to have an ID now to vote.
You do not have to have an ID.
Okay, you don't, because they're always asking for that. And I don't mind.
We put a sign that you can
Okay.
use your ID, like the barcode on the
Yep.
back of an ID. We can use that for like a lookup feature, but an ID is absolutely not required
Okay.
in Massachusetts. It's just, we do put up the signage that says you can use strip, but is definitely not required.
Are you finding a lot of people are just using their ID though?
A lot of people will, especially if their last name's a little, trickier, or some people, especially if they've moved from other states where ID is required, they're kind of just used to doing it.
Yeah, okay. I like the system. And how did the new machines work out on the primary? Was that?
Yeah, so that was the second time with our new tabulators also. They're a much better machine, especially now we all know since the state sends out the postcards, our volume has definitely increased as far as the vote by mail ballots. So the old voting machines did not like the creases, because when you do vote by mail, your ballots usually, has at least two folds in it. But the newer machines do take them a lot better.
Great.
So that makes it much easier, with that.
Okay, no, thanks.
Yeah.
Sharon, I had a couple of questions. So one is, first, as a dog owner, thank you for that new system. It's become very easy. I used to have to wait every year for the letter to come and then send it back. So it's become very easy. Thank you for that. The vault, the clean out, you said it had a lot of election related stuff. So were the actual voting ballots stored over there, or?
Yeah, so the vault's actually, it's a locked safe, so you
Right.
need a combination to get in. And then within that vault, the town clerk's office has a section that's like caged off, that's also locked.
Okay.
So basically, when the ballots come back election night, they're in like cases that are sealed. And those have to remain sealed and stored for the 22 months for like.
And
the
after that,
state
who
and federal
destroys them?
elections.
Who destroys them?
Yeah, so we hire, when everything's ready to be disposed of, we have them come and shred. So we just dump them into the boxes and then they come in, they destroy them, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so it gets a little tight, as you can imagine, we'll
Right.
have the 3 state elections with, 30-plus bins by the end of November.
Are we still storing at Floral Street?
Some of my voting booths are stored there, but not, like all of my election equipment the tabulators are locked in the locked cage inside the vault.
Here.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, any kind of election materials, ballots, you know, they're under lock and key when they're here.
Is there still a storage facility at Floral? That was supposed to last 100 years when we built the school.
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah.
I don't, to be honest with you, public buildings like moves, like the, you know, the voting booths and the stanchions,
All right.
so. But all equipment is, yeah, is here, locked and secured. So the only real change is obviously my budget fluctuates on, you know, based on really the amount of elections. So we all have 3 in this next fiscal year. We did do some adjusting. The office assistant used to be a part-time position on the election side. Currently, right now, the assistant town clerk is part-time, so I just shifted the allocation of the office assistant that was paid half under town clerk, half under elections. So now we just have 1 under town clerk and 1 full-time under elections. And then once the assistant town clerk will be retiring the end of December, so then that position would go back to a full-time position. And I just kind of like ran through the, you know, some of the stats on the elections. As you can see, like the vote by mail has now, we have like a higher amount of vote by mail versus the early voting in person. But we're required to do the early voting in person. Right now for the primaries, we do it for 7 days straight, and then for November, it would be the 2 weeks. And because of the size of our community, we're required to do Saturday and Sunday hours.
Are there any questions from the committee for the town clerk? Millen?
One curious question.
Yeah.
Do we run any program or, you know, kind of a day in high school where seniors who are turning 18 excited about their first election? Like, do we do any sign up?
Well, now because they do like a pre-registration, so most of the kids, once they get their permit, they end up they're pre-registered.
Okay. So no need.
Yeah, so as soon as you turn 18, it comes up on our system that you have however many that day of pre-registrants to register, so. And then, you know, there's the automatic voter registration, so anytime you do anything at, like, the registry, we automatically, it comes over to us.
Got it. Thank you.
So the voting list comes from the state, right? That's maintained by the state for
Yes.
elections, yeah.
Yep.
Any
We're
other
getting a
que-
new one soon.
Any other questions for Sharon on the town clerk department? The select board, any questions? The public? Thank you, Sharon.
All right, thank you.
Will you be covering elections and registrations as well? Or
Well, it's kind of,
it's combined?
yeah, we're kind of overlapped.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We can now move to the assessors department. Page 104.
Before I start, I just noticed that on the list of capital requests, the police department's asking for a comfort dog. The best thing I've seen all week.
Is that for them? I forgot to ask if that was for them or for the community.
I'll be visiting. So good evening, my name's Ruth Anderson. I'm currently serving as your principal assessor. The assessing department is responsible for valuing all property in Shrewsbury, including real estate and personal property, for the purpose of taxation, which accounted for just over 59% of the total funds required to meet the budget for fiscal '24. We process abatements and exemptions. We maintain accurate ownership information, perform property inspections to ensure correct assessment, and prepare and submit all necessary documentation to the DOR as part of the tax recapitulation to certify values and determine the annual tax rate. We prepare the quarterly and supplemental bill files for real estate and personal property, as well as up to 9 commitments for motor vehicle and boat excise tax each year. Every bill that goes out for payment of a tax in Shrewsbury originates in the assessor's office. The office is staffed by myself and 3 full-time employees. We have an assistant assessor who manages our inspection program, a financial assistant who takes care of all administrative tasks, and an assistant to the assessor who shares in both those workloads and balances the needs of the office. We also have a part-time data collector who spends most of their time out in the community performing inspections and completing the associated data entry. Our overall mission is to provide fair and equitable assessment of all property in Shrewsbury, and to do so in a manner that's both informative and professional. We understand that no one loves getting a tax bill, and we take every opportunity that presents itself to explain the process to residents so that they're aware of the law that determines the calculation and timing of their bill. This year, we've given presentations at the Senior Center. We've partnered with other departments in the Homeowners Basic Seminar, and I've been a guest on the Town Manager Download podcast, giving information on the process of assessment and taxation. We also work very hard to make sure that anyone who may qualify for an exemption of any kind is made aware of that option and given all the necessary support to get them into the program. In fiscal '24, our main financial accomplishments were certification of values by the Department of Revenue, including over $2.2 million in new growth. A key component of our growth total was the continuation of our personal property audit program to discover and assess business personal property that had been underreported in previous years. Over the last 2 years, we have invested $20,000 in this project and generated over $1 million in new tax revenue. In addition, we have fully implemented the updated parameters for statutory exemptions after approval at town meeting for fiscal '23. And you will see on one of our slides the increased benefits we've been able to provide to those who qualify. We have just begun following up with residents who received an application but have not yet responded for this year, so that anyone who qualifies doesn't miss the deadline to get that benefit. On top of statutory exemptions, we are also collecting applications for the Standing with Shrewsbury Tax Relief Fund, which will be reviewed and acted on by the committee in early April. Our goals for fiscal '24 were to update our cyclical reinspection program and to develop and implement procedures to increase digitization of our assessing records. Data quality is one of the primary responsibilities of any assessing department in the Commonwealth. Taxpayers should have the assurance that they're being assessed fairly with the most up-to-date information possible. The Department of Revenue requires that we inspect every property once every 10 years. We accomplish this by visiting properties that sell during the year or that pull a permit for renovations. If neither of those triggers occur within a calendar year, we draw from a list of the least recent inspections. I can't ever think of a better way to say that. And we send postcards and go door to door to try to update our information. 10 years is a long time, and to go between inspections, and properties and markets can change significantly over that time. So our goal is to increase the frequency of our inspections to every 8 years, so that our assessment information is more current across the board. This means we need to visit at least 1,625 properties a year. You will see that we exceeded that number in fiscal '23, and we're on track to accomplish even more this year. Our second departmental goal was increasing the level of our digitized records to cut down on the amount of paper used throughout the department. We've created a digital filing system into which all property record cards are scanned after inspection, so we're able to provide information electronically to taxpayers or other departments without printing or copying record cards. We'll be able to store more historical data within the office instead of having to resort to off-site storage options. And we have worked halfway through decades of historic plans, scanning them into a shared file system. We've also recently started taking advantage of the senior work-off program, and we have a volunteer working in our office to help us with this goal. Our preliminary goals for fiscal '25 will all revolve around our quinquennial revaluation, new word, required by the Department of Revenue. Every community in Massachusetts must completely revalue all property on a 5-year cycle. The last one in Shrewsbury was fiscal '21. As part of this project, we will be reviewing and adjusting land values, neighborhood delineations, outbuilding and extra feature cost tables, in addition to the usual market analysis required to achieve value certification. The DOR will be looking over our shoulders, reviewing every aspect of our assessment process to ensure we're meeting their guidelines and achieving fair and equitable valuations on every level. The department's budget for fiscal '25 includes an increase in our spending for continuing education and training in order to allow staff to stay on top of the most recent developments in municipal assessing and learn best practices for tasks to improve productivity. In addition, we will begin the work of completing the full revaluation for fiscal '26. Since data for the reval needs to be submitted to the DOR early in the fiscal year, we need to do most of the work to get that done during fiscal '25 in order to avoid any delays. These costs were included in our original budget request, but they may be funded through a separate warrant article or some other sources. Our first performance measure relates to the new growth that we talked about. The first set of graphs shows the growth value in tax dollars, specifically highlights the increases that resulted from the personal property audit program. Overall, for fiscal '24, we gained over $165 million in real estate and personal property value, which equated to more than $2.2 million in additional tax. The second set of graphs shows how improvements in the statutory exemption program have benefited qualified applicants over the last 2 years. So far this year, we have granted 139 exemptions to veterans, 50 to seniors, and 22 to blind. Numbers are slightly less than last year's totals because the deadline to file isn't until April 1st. However, the total amount that we've been able to grant so far this year is over $260,800 in total. And the final graph shows the progress we're making in visiting properties to ensure data quality. Our office is at full staff, and the efforts of Greg Hamilton and Tiffany Peters to organize and coordinate inspections are showing great results. After a couple of slow years that we can blame on the pandemic and staffing turnovers, we surpassed the DOR's guideline of visiting 10% of all properties last year and remain on track to visit more than our goal amount of 1,625 this year as well. I want to thank the hard work of my staff, their willingness to buy into the goals I've set for us as a team, and that we have built a good foundation for future years to be even more productive. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks for the presentation. One quick question on that comment you made that the new revenue that would be generated investing $20,000. So what was that, and how why we missed it previously, and that how we learned about it recently? I was like, what's the difference? How we came to that conclusion that
On growth in general or the personal property audit?
the audits.
So personal property is self-reporting. So every business owner has to report what they have, and it's, to be perfectly honest, it's confusing, even for assessors. So a lot of people, they don't know what they have, they don't know what to report. So when we do the audit, our vendor will go out and actually he has subpoena power, so he can access their tax returns and what they're actually reporting to the IRS for their inventory and their machinery and other things like that. And then he does a comparison of what they reported and were taxed on and what they should have reported and been taxed on. And it's not somebody trying to be sneaky. It's, like I said, it's just confusing. So the fact that we can pick this up doesn't just benefit the town for the year of the program. That property gets added in and is taxed in all subsequent years as well.
Follow up. So is that service is a third-party service provided to us with the cost associated to that 20,000?
So I budget $10,000 a year for that vendor to perform this project for us every year. It does vary each year. So fiscal '24 was a banner year for us. We can't count on that because sometimes things are closer to accurate than other years.
Is there a target for that audits to be done, like a certain specific number of audits he or she must be doing?
I'm sorry, is there a target?
Will there be a target of total number of audits?
So the way they bill us is on a sliding scale based on the value that was originally reported.
Okay.
So the way it works each year is I reach out to him and I tell him what our budget is. I give him our list of personal property accounts with their value from the prior year. And then he goes through and picks and chooses the ones that he can do to fit within that budget.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Two questions. In reference to excise tax, if the equipment is leased within a facility, that's tax exempt, correct?
Not for excise, are we talking
Personal property tax.
Okay, so excise tax and personal property, two different things.
Okay, personal property.
So personal property, somebody's got to pay the tax. And it depends on how the business is incorporated and the terms of the lease that determine whether the lessee pays the tax or the lessor pays the tax.
And that's right up front. They know that,
Yep.
that answer.
Yep.
The second thing is, with our reserve fund to help people with tax problems,
Mhm.
have anybody applied to use that fund?
Well, all of our exemptions come out of that overlay account. Is it,
No, we put aside a couple of years ago some money.
oh, the standing with Shrewsbury Fund?
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are the ones that we haven't reviewed the applications yet. We're collecting those. The deadline to file is April 1st. So they'll be reviewed by the committee, and then depending on the amount of money that we have available, we'll determine the amount of the credit.
Is there a large number of applicants or a small number? Or?
There's a larger number than last year. I don't know if you remember, last year we kind of pushed it through and we had a very short window for applicants because we wanted to get it going the first year rather than wait a whole nother year. So I think we only had 8 or 9 applicants last year. We probably have close to 30.
Can the manager give us an up-to-date on the amounts in there when he has them?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I can tell you that in FY '23, we received $16,625 in donations. In addition to that, the select board did authorize $50,000
Yeah.
to be allocated to that account, and $6,750 was awarded in.
Thank you.
Melinda?
Two questions. I think one to follow up to Rajesh's question about the personal property discovery. I think your first departmental request was for $123,000, and now it's back to 10,000 in the final number. So what were you anticipating to do, and which now you can?
I think the original request was for the funds that we need to perform the revow for fiscal '26. And I think that's, I mean, the manager can speak better to that, as whether it's gonna be a separate warrant article at town meeting and not come out of my individual budget.
Okay. And then the second question is real estate being, high all time, in ages, right? And
The technical term is bananas.
yeah. So have you seen any uptick in, asking for reevaluation based on the new numbers that went in?
So the
for
process to
property taxes?
contest your assessment is the abatement process, and the number of abatement applications we got this year was very similar to last year. It's about 85 to 90. People complain a lot,
Yeah.
but they don't necessarily go the route of filing for the abatement.
Exactly. That's why I was asking. Is like
Yep.
you see social media full of all these things, and then that's where I just wanted to see, like, is it someone doing the action or it just venting it out?
A lot of ranting, and to be honest, I credit my staff with being able to explain the process and helping people understand that the market is the market, and the assessment has to reflect that by law, that we're not trying to raise assessments just to get more money.
Do many of the abatements result in a change?
They do.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Yep, they do. So the first step when somebody files for abatement is I go out and do a full inspection of the property. We tell the taxpayer when they file that that is a requirement, and if they deny us access, we will deny their application. We are allowed by law to require that they allow us to see the property. So I go out myself, I do a full inspection, I walk through the entire house, I measure everything, and then come back, see if there's any data changes that are warranted. If they are, I make those, and then I do a really deep dive in the market to see, was this house compared to the market properly? Should it have been compared to those colonials rather than these colonials? And then I bring my findings to the Board of Assessors, and then they make the final determination.
Any further questions?
Maybe one more question to that is,
Sure.
so if the change happens, how many do we know? Does it lower or go? There is a possibility to go
It
even
can't
high
go up.
as well, right?
No, it can't go up this year.
Cannot.
Nope, so, and we tell people that too, that you're either gonna stay the same or you're gonna go down.
Okay.
However, there's always a however. If I go out to do the inspection and I walk through the house and I see that there's a finished basement that we are not assessing, I cannot send you an additional bill for the finished basement. However, I will add it onto the record for next year.
So it goes up the next year.
Right.
Rajesh?
One quick question. So with the assessment of the new assessments or what regular assessment of the properties, do you have a standard template or a formula that that people could see and understand how the property is being assessed?
So everything's based on the market, and by law, we have to be within a certain parameter of the market. So if you bought your house during our analysis year, which for fiscal '24 was calendar '22, and you paid $600,000 for your house, your assessment for fiscal '24 would have to be within 10% of that either way.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the guidelines that we have, and when we analyze all of the sales to get the properties within those proper parameters, that creates a cost table and a factoring system that we then apply to everything that didn't sell. So theoretically, if you live in a subdivision and 4 houses in your neighborhood sold, and they all sold for between 9 and 950, you can probably expect that the following year, your house is gonna be assessed at between 9 and 950.
However,
However, right,
maybe you don't have.
unless you have a finished basement that we haven't
Exactly.
found yet.
So those candidates can apply for abatement, asking, I don't have finished basement.
Yep.
I'm not expecting $1 million in that.
Anybody can file for any reason, any year, and you can file every year if you want. There's no penalty for filing.
Do we have a percentage of what volume of abatement applications will get that reduction? Over the, like, do we have? do we track
Often
them?
when there's an abatement that's granted, it's a data issue. And this is why I always stress that every time I come before this committee or the select board or the town manager download or at the senior center, is I stress that we need to be able to see the property. We want the data to be right, because if it's wrong, you're not being assessed properly, and things change over time. So if an assessor was in your home when it was built 15 years ago and nobody's been in there since, that condition and that grade might have changed. Not through any fault of anybody, but it might not be great anymore, it might just be good. And that affects your assessment.
So is there a cost associated to the town for performing an abatement? Is it a burden on your department?
The burden is
Time.
time, and the abatements are funded, so to speak, out of the overlay account.
I see. So there's only a certain number of abatements we could process a year? Does it?
Nope,
Nope.
nope, and it doesn't happen often, but the overlay is one of those accounts that can go into the negative, like snow and ice. So if something, I don't know, catastrophic happened where there were, the thing that comes to mind is when the tornado came through all those years ago and the town of Sturbridge was decimated. They had to grant abatements that they weren't expecting. So I believe that they were able to overspend their overlay account because they had to, because those houses were destroyed. And then you make it up on the following year.
Any further questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Select board, Michelle, the non-existent public. Thank you so much, Ruth.
Thank you.
We shall now move to human resources.
Good evening. I'm Christina Ordung. I'm the Human Resources Director with the town. You'll have to excuse me, I have quite the tickle in my throat, so I'll have a cough drop as we go through this today. I'm excited to talk to you guys about the great work that we do and walk you through our FY25 budget. The Human Resources Department consists of 3 staff members, myself as the director, the assistant to town manager, human resources coordinator, and the benefits coordinator. We balance being a management partner and an employee advocate, and our core work includes compensation and classification, talent acquisition, policies and procedures, leave and absence management, employee relations, learning development, and health insurance. In FY24, some of the accomplishments that we have outside of our goals include taking action on the employee feedback that we've received. So we have implemented a new alternative work schedule that reflects the town hall's new operating hours. That comes from feedback that came directly from our town hall staff. We have expanded voluntary benefit offerings to include term life, whole life, accident, cancer, critical illness, and hospital insurance. And we have drafted an insurance opt-out policy. We have expanded and reinvigorated employee in-person events post-COVID. So this year we have enjoyed an employee appreciation note swap, a summer recipe program, 4 physical activity challenges, a Halloween costume contest, a chair massage event, and a potluck celebrating Shrewsbury's 296th birthday. We've also had the opportunity to offer new training to our staff members. This includes the first cohort of the Shrewsbury Way Leadership Academy. They graduated about 25 department heads. We learned about 14 different topics, including communication tendencies, leadership and management styles, motivating conflict resolution, and solution thinking. We also recently advertised the Shrewsbury Way Emerging Leaders Academy. They'll cover a lot of the same topics in the Shrewsbury Way Leadership Academy, but it's open to all town employees, and we already have 30 interested applicants. We hosted Shrewsbury Way 101 classes for all non-union employees. These classes are really meant for new hires, but we wanted all of our employees to be on the same page before we began inviting new hires to these classes. And we discussed the unique aspects of the town of Shrewsbury, like the fact that we're a very unique local government compared to other communities. Like, we have a full-service DPW, we have a full-time fire department, we're one of 44 communities with a municipal light department, and one of only 4 offering internet and cable. And we learned about other unique factors of the town, like the fact that we have the Town Manager Act and representative town meeting. Our non-union employees also learned about our performance-based organization, our performance-based appraisal system. We talked about work-life balance, and we encouraged them to use the resources that the town offers, like our EAP and the financial planning resources that we have. And we talked a lot about career growth opportunities. The second accomplishment that I'd like to touch upon is the data-driven approach that we've been taking. So next month, we'll be recommending an updated non-union classification and compensation schedule to the Personnel Board with accompanying equity adjustments. These recommendations come from the FY23 compensation study. And we have also been recommending updated union classification and compensation schedules during negotiations, as opposed to just putting a COLA on a decades-old schedule. We've been really doing our market research to make sure that our positions are classified appropriately, that we have the right positions in the union, and that they're being paid competitively.
Just going back to the employee feedback, does that also include a satisfaction survey, employee satisfaction survey, in terms of, is this a great place to work and all that?
It did, and we had some open-ended questions in there. We really wanted to know how we could improve our workplace. Mm-hmm. And so we heard feedback about an alternative work schedule. We heard feedback on different training opportunities, room for growth. We also heard feedback that our employees wanted the opportunity to work in other departments or have experiences in different departments. And after our Shrewsbury Way 101 classes that we actually held just a couple weeks ago, we're going to be sending out another survey just to get some feedback from our employees. And I think from those classes, the feedback that we heard is that they'd like an opportunity to speak with the town manager and I in an open forum. And I think that's something that we'll move forward with, just to keep that open line of communication flowing. And the final piece that I have to the data-driven approach is that we're always comparing our current compensation and benefits packages to other communities and recommending adjustments to maintain a competitive edge. In terms of our goals for this fiscal year, the first is to build a robust training and development program that we're calling the Shrewsbury Way. Right now we have a training needs assessment that's ongoing. What I'm doing is I'm documenting the technology training, skills training, professional training, legal training, team training, leadership training, and safety training for all positions in the organization. And I'm aiming for a 70-20-10 learning model. So what I mean by that is 10% formal instruction through targeted workshops and courses, 20% through social learning, through interactions with your mentors, coaches, and peers, and then 70% learning in the workflow from your experiences in the job. And ultimately, what this project will do is help us better onboard employees, succession plan, budget appropriately, manage change, and ultimately improve our programs and services. The second goal that we have for this fiscal year is to update and enhance our employee policy manual to ensure compliance with laws and regulations, give guidance for decision making, and streamline internal processes. The first time this was drafted was in 2020, so it's time to take another look at it. This update is ongoing, and we're reviewing our policies through a DEIB lens, using the city of Pittsfield as a benchmark, as their chief diversity officer has already combed through their handbook. And lastly, we're reviewing options to modernize the town's leave policies with the personnel board through personnel bylaw amendments. This update is ongoing, and now that we have a fully staffed personnel board, we can continue the conversation with them. Looking forward to FY25, we look forward to deploying the Shrewsbury Way Academy through customized new hire training programs, development paths, recurring Shrewsbury Way 101 meetings with our new hires, recurring financial and benefits seminars, and then training for all of our staff members on a wide variety of topics. Our second goal is to strengthen the workplace culture to help make employees feel more engaged, valued, and driven. We want to do this through regular recognition, employee events, team building, soliciting feedback, and advocating for rewarding valuable contributions and disciplining invaluable contributions. And finally, I have a space held for a human resources information system goal. Right now we have a software called Tyler Munis, and we recently received an assessment from them to help us enhance our current work system, to automate some of our tasks, enhance security, and ensure data integrity. So from that assessment, we'll be working on using our software more efficiently this year. And then here is some data for you to review. So we have over 500 staff members in town. We're approaching 300 full-time employees. The other 200 employees are part-time, and this spans across 15 departments. Over calendar year 2023, we hired 88 people, and we promoted 17 people. And we processed 411 personnel actions, and this is new hires, promotions, transfers, salary changes, information changes, and resignations. 7 out of 10 of our employees do accept the health insurance that we offer. And if you can believe it, 52% of our employees have been here less than 5 years. So we have very new staff here in town.
Is that because of turnover, or is it because we've just expanded over the years?
Some of the positions are new. We have had a lot of retirements in the time that I've been here. I've had the privilege of hiring many of the department heads that you've met with today. And I do have some data on separations just in calendar year 2023. So if we look just in this calendar year, we had 62 employees leave town. Of that, 8% were involuntarily terminated, 27% left for higher paying roles, both in the private sector and in the public sector, and 13% left for new career opportunities outside of the public sector. 35% left because their assignment ended with the town, so an example of that is a seasonal laborer or an election worker, and 5% retired.
The 500 plus employees, is that including the school employees as well, or no, that's separate from that? That's
like 2,000.
DPW.
That's right.
Does it include Selco?
No.
It does not.
Gene?
Quick question on this 2% cost of living raise. What towns did you look at?
For the 2% cost of living adjustment, we look at our comparable communities, and I can pull that right up for you and rattle them off. Our comparable communities were defined by us when we did a classification and compensation study in 2018-2019 on 9 different factors. right, so we are looking at Arlington, Billerica, Braintree, Chelmsford, Franklin, Grafton, Marlborough, Melrose, Natick, Northborough, Reading, Tewksbury, Walpole, Watertown, Westboro, Westford, and Woburn.
So that was an average.
It's an average.
Thank you.
Rajesh?
With the employment engagement or satisfaction, do you measure every year on a certain time frame and benchmark it towards those same communities? How do you know the employees are happy?
When it comes to employee engagement and the happiness of our employees, I don't think I would benchmark it towards the other communities. I think that it is something that we'll always need to continue on, but I think it's just keeping that open line of communication throughout the year.
But do we measure every year so to see an increase in the sort of engagement?
I don't know that, and it's something certainly to think about, but I don't know if our employee happiness is something that we could measure. I think we could measure the participation that we have in the different events that we offer. I think that we could measure the amount of feedback that we're receiving, certainly through retention. My sort of philosophy is I have no problem if we train great employees and I don't have a job to promote them to and they leave for the next best opportunity in a town, but I have a problem when we have attrition for lateral transfers.
Do we do exit surveys, exit interviews?
We do exit interviews. We also do stay interviews with our employees to understand, how their first 6 months have been.
Thank you.
Question.
Dennis?
I know we averaged out the rate, the cost of living increases. How do we, with those communities, how do we do on our actual wage level?
So we did a classification and compensation study in 2019, and with that they told us that we need to do a compensation study every 5 years. So in 2023 we did a compensation study and we compensate our employees right now at the 55th percentile, and in those 5 years we had already fallen off. It was too expensive. We could not afford to move and adjust our table the way that we needed to, and so we put the COLA on top of it. The equity adjustments and the new classification and compensation table that I talked about earlier in this presentation adjust for that. And so that's something that we're bringing to the personnel board next month. I think that we are very competitive, and we are hoping that we'll be able to move from the 55th percentile up to the 60th percentile, which means that we will pay more than 60% of our comparable communities and less than 40% of our comparable communities.
Yep. So we're not the top community of our comparable communities by any means at this point.
No, Concord's not a comparable community to us, but their philosophy is they compensate at the 85th percentile.
Yep.
Do you know what the range is in terms of percentage more on the average and a percentage less?
Oh yes, I have the calculation. So the way that we did the compensation study is we studied every single non-union position, and then we calculated, this is the beauty of Excel, we calculated what the percentiles were, so 55th, 60th, all the way up to the 80th percentile, and so we know exactly what the ranges would look like at all of the different percentiles. Right now, moving to the 60th percentile is what's feasible, but it's a step in the right direction from having undergone this study only a few years ago. We had a long way to go from when we first implemented this study. We had to do it in 3 phases because that's how far off we were.
So what's going to be what's the cost just moving up the percentiles?
So for this fiscal year to move up the percent, that's kind of a 2-part question, because you move up the percentiles and you have to move everyone to the minimum, but then you get into an equity issue because you could have a person who's been here for 5 years getting paid as this person who just walked into the door, and that's what the equity adjustments account for. And this year we had a budget for $60,000, and we were able to make some meaningful adjustments with that. They have not been implemented yet. We're talking to the personnel board about this on April 4th.
Okay.
Any other questions from the committee?
Oh, the only other thing I would add is that you'll see a slight reduction in my budget, and that's because we're ending contracted services with the company NFP because they're providing us health insurance benefit consulting specifically for Medicare for employees who or retirees that have Medicare, but now that our benefits coordinator has been here for 2 full fiscal cycles, he's comfortable doing this, so we no longer need those services.
If no questions, the select board is no longer there. Public, also any questions? Thank you, Christina. Will you be doing the next personnel board as well?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So the personnel board budget is utilized for non-union performance increases as well as for union increases. This year we have 2 union contracts up for negotiations, custodians and DPW. And we also use this as a training budget. Something that I would like to, and you'll see a decrease from the department recommended to fiscal projection 1 because that 2% cost of living adjustment was removed from the personnel board budget and pushed down into the individual department budgets. I do want to talk to you guys about 2 challenges that I foresee with this budget in future fiscal years. The first one being with training opportunities. So a few minutes ago, we were talking about the training needs assessment and growing the Shrewsbury Way Academy. This project will make training gaps and training budget gaps very clear. So I expect this to be a topic of conversation in future budget meetings. The second has to do with the conversation that we were just having about the classification and compensation study and non-union salary increases. And I'll just give you a really brief history. We touched upon it already. In 2018, we had a longevity-based step system where employees received increases for their first 4.5 years they were employed, and then they only got a cost of living adjustment after that. Then in 2018, that's where 80% of our employees were. They were only getting a 2% cost of living adjustment, and that's what we were budgeting for. And then 2018, 2019, we did the classification and compensation study, and now all of our employees have room for growth, and they move through their open salary range through a performance appraisal system. We have been able to average about a 1% increase annually for our non-union employees outside of a COLA, and the ranges that we have for our grades vary between 30 and 40% spread. So this means that with a 1% increase, it's going to take our employees 30 to 40 years to get from minimum to maximum, which is not our desired compensation philosophy. Our ranges are not wide enough for that to be competitive. And so we hope to adopt a compensation philosophy in the future that reflects hopefully greater budget capabilities to provide our non-union employees more meaningful salary increases.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, how does that compare with the union employees' annual increases? I'm hearing 3% is basically what you're getting maxed out every year if you're non-union.
So union salary increases, I would say they're probably 4% between steps with a cost of living on top of that. So we could say maybe 6% annually if you're working your way through steps.
So 2 different systems, really.
Yeah.
But, okay, let's say over 5 years, how much better or worse would the non-union employee do?
I think it depends on their tenure because if you're maxed out, you're only receiving the 2% cost of living adjustment.
Yep.
As a union.
As a union employee. If you're looking at a new hire, the union employee is going to receive higher increases annually. And I think it's just, it's an interesting thing that we're going to have to think about. We just looked at 52% of our employees have been here for less than 5 years. I think that the days, unfortunately, of us having employees for decades, their whole tenure has most likely come and gone. And so if we're going to retain our employees, it's something that it's a compensation philosophy that we're going to have to take a hard look at. 27% of our employees in calendar year 2023 left for higher paying roles.
That was gonna be my next question is, when you backfilled them, were you able to pay the same rate, or were we actually paying higher to backfill?
It depends on the position, so internal equity is very important to us, and so if we have people in peer positions, we are very clear that we have a hiring rate, and we will not hire, but that's what we're looking for an entry-level employee, and that's the rate that we'll hire at. So it depends on the role. Looking at this last fiscal year or calendar year, I'm sure there has been a time where we've had to hire for more.
So there's a benefit in keeping the employees.
Yes. The cost of training, posting.
Yep.
You've heard from fellow department heads here today about their staff really bearing the brunt of, losing a staff member, whether it be a leave or them moving on. It definitely takes a toll on our already lean departments.
So what's the average time to refill?
It really depends on the position. I would say probably a month or 2 months.
Quick follow-up on that. Do we try to hire internally so that lateral moves in those open positions?
Yeah, so we do try to hire internally. So a lot of our positions are very specialized, and so, transferable skills are great for entry-level positions, but when we get to our professional technical positions, we just might not find those transferable skills internally. But through the Shrewsbury, training needs assessment, we'll be able to identify skill gaps, and then I'll be able to talk with employees and say, okay, you want to be the assessor one day? Well, these are the things that you're competent in now, and these are all the things that you need to learn. So we'll be able to build those pathways.
Do we have those feeder roles
We do. We've been
concept?
building them in different departments. So I think the assessors department is a great example. So they have they have a data lister position, which is part-time. They go out and list, but they also get some experience in the office. They have an assistant 2 assessor position who's back up on like accounts payable and payroll, but they also go out to list. And then our assistant 2 assessor, or our assistant assessor is an assistant department head. They go out and do a lot of the listing. And then we have, of course, Ruth, our principal assessor. And so you can see the pathway there that someone can learn sort of both sides of the house.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for human resource, for personnel? No. The public, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Have we lost the selectmen? Or the select board?
We shall now move to the last and final, last two, the treasurer and collector. I believe you'll be doing both departments. So thank you for your patience for holding on so long.
I'll try to keep this nice and brief for you. I'm sure everyone's tired. I'm Amy Perkins, the treasurer collector. My office consists of myself, an assistant treasurer collector, and 2 financial assistants. My office as a whole plays a crucial role in the town's financial operations, and we're committed to giving kind and courteous customer service to the residents of Shrewsbury. First, my fiscal 23 accomplishments. I believe last year when I was here, we discussed switching bill printers and our online payment portals. So we successfully transitioned to City Hall systems. They do our bill printing for us and also offer online payments for real estate, personal property, water and sewer, and excise tax. That kind of rolls into my fiscal 24 goals because we launched with them on June 30th, 2023, so kind of rolled right into it. But we wanted to increase online payment utilization, but we were more focused on just making sure everyone that was already on UniPay made it to City Hall systems. We had a lot of auto pay users that were set up with UniPay and just wanted to get communication out to them to make sure that they've set up their auto pay with City Hall systems. Tax title, we had advertisement pending, but we actually heard from the tax title attorney today that we'll be doing advertising in April and then a tax taking in April as well. One more round of letters will go out to anyone with outstanding taxes, just letting them know the date of the advertisement. Fiscal 25 preliminary goals. We want to try to increase communication with issue dates and due dates. One example with excise tax that was just due on Monday, we got the due date out on the police digital sign, the police station's digital sign out front. Social media, we try to get something out a week before due dates just to give the residents a reminder of what's coming due. And then we have an e-billing incentive that is going to be sponsored by City Hall Systems. It's to drive the residents to sign up for e-billing. It'll save us in printing costs and paper. It will be for any current e-bill enrollees, and then any new enrollees within a 3-month time frame. It's going to happen in the fall, this fall. And then they'll be entered to win what we think will be a Visa gift card, or maybe even like a gift certificate to a business in town. So we then have just kind of a snapshot of City Hall Systems data from when we launched with them to the end of February. One key point is the auto pay. We had 1,290 auto pay users with UniPay, so we have 1,269. So we're missing a few, but with each bill that goes out, a few more sign up and log in for their auto pays. The next slide is just a snapshot of tax collections. We've always had really good collection rates. We have Q4 that's unissued at this point. They'll go out the end of this month and be due May 1st. So we're at about 71.93% for real estate and 75.48% for personal property. And then below is fiscal 22 and 23, just kind of to give you an idea that we're on track with the past 2 years.
So the 9% missing on personal property from fiscal year 23, is it generally always something around that we're not able to collect? About 9 to 10% of
Some of
outstanding
it
taxes?
is what Ruth had said, where it's kind of on them. So if a business leaves town or moves their business to another community, we don't necessarily know. So one of the projects in my office when we have the free time is to research those, and then I can deem them uncollectible with Ruth, and it takes them off the books. We haven't quite made it to fiscal 22 and 23 yet, so that could be the case for some of those. And then not pictured there is excise tax commitment 1 for 2024. We sent 31,989 bills out, and they were due this past Monday, and we're at 77% collected, and those will be demanded on April 3rd if there's anyone out there that hasn't paid yet. And then I have no expected shortfalls for my fiscal 24 budget, and fiscal 25 stays the same.
Any questions on this? Yeah.
For the bill pay, you know, I've heard a lot of issues about, oh, there's a big charge for this. Is there, I know you can't use credit cards for certain things probably, but what is the charge for the typical person, and what is the lowest charge they could pay? You use bill pay.
To pay online, it's 50 cents if you ACH it out of your checking account, and then it's 2.95% if you use a credit card.
Okay, so, which makes it, that's fine. So ACH is the cost of a stamp, or driving to drop off the bill in the box. It's
Yeah,
the same.
it's always free to come in and see us, but
Well, you
convenient.
gotta get there, and that's
Yeah.
between time and gas. It's about the same as a stamp. Okay.
The debit card is not included in that, just to.
It's essentially like an ACH out. You would just put your checking
Okay.
account number.
And then, is there an online portal if you want to pull up an old bill, you know, et cetera? Because if you all online, and go paperless, I'm not going to be getting my property tax bill. So when I do my taxes and my accountant asks for all my property taxes, can I just go online like I do for 1099?
So that was one of the reasons we went with City Hall, is they do have your payment history.
Yeah.
And then we also have a nightly upload. So even if you came in and paid 1 quarter in the office, that information gets uploaded to City Hall. So it's real, like, it's a day behind, but it will show any payments that you've made. You do have to log in and set up an account to
Right.
view your payment history, but that is available.
But you can do that, okay.
Yep.
So that's another advantage of,
Gene?
One quick question, on the uncollected real estate tax, what is that in dollars?
I don't have that, but I could get that for you.
How about the excise? Can you get that also?
Yeah, absolutely.
You've given us percentages, but still there's a big gap. I'd like to relate it to.
Sure.
So,
Rajesh, you had a question?
Yeah, so with the city hall system, like, will the bill comes through that system? So because it does not recognize the bill, so we still need to put in the account number and all those things.
Yep, they're actually do, I think they started with the real estate for this quarter, but there'll be a QR code that'll bring you right to the website to pay. And then you do need so excise tax, you need your license number, just so no one else can go in and view your excise tax information. So there is a little bit of information you do have to plug in to access, to make the payment, but.
Any further questions, Milind?
One follow-up, so are we going to onboard like even the utility payments also there?
Yep, water and sewer is on City Hall systems.
No more questions? Any questions from the public? If not, we'll move to the final department, debt and interest. Amy?
So the next is just the long-term debt, principal and interest, which there is a pie chart that just breaks down the different projects, with the bulk of it being the school. That consists of Beale, Sherwood, Oak Street, and then the Patton Spring HVAC. Selco is Centec and the fiber to home. And our municipal is the library, fire, and police. The next slide just shows,
This indicates what our outstanding debt is, correct? That 12.5 million,
those are the payments.
the payments, I see.
For the fiscal year, yeah.
I see, okay.
From fiscal '24 to fiscal '25, we had the Spring Street renovation. Our last payment was in fiscal '24, so that's going to be coming off. However, we added a borrowing in December of 2023, and that is the water main replacement and the Browning Road tank valve. So that did add $190,000 in principal payment and $242,750 in interest payments for fiscal '25. So that's why it did not decrease as much as it would have.
Any questions on debt interest? Debt and interest? You had a question? Diana, do you have a question?
I lost it, I'm sorry.
I saw hand going up twice.
Okay. Okay, I assume there's no one from the public, so thank you so much, Amy.
Thank you.
And with that, we have completed our list for today. Just 1 hour 1 hour overtime. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. May I get a motion to close the public hearing?
motion to close the public hearing.
Can you just,
All in favor?
can you just continue it to Saturday
Oh,
morning at 8:30?
motion to continue the public hearing till Saturday.
May I get a, yeah,
Yes.
second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. We'll just quickly review the schedule. March 23rd, we'll reconvene for the second part of these budget hearings. Then we have April 11th and the 25th are public hearings on the town warrants. Monday, May 20th is the annual town meeting. May 21st, if needed, it will be continued, and then we meet for our finance committee meeting on June 20th, which is a Thursday. Any questions, comments on the schedule? If not, there's no other business, I'm assuming, so may I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much.